Just listen and repeat to improve your English listening, speaking, reading, and vocabulary all in one video. Take 1 second, click the like button to support me, and let's jump in. Level 1, starting off with an easy, basic piece of cake sentence here. You can say with me or pause and repeat. Let's go. I was running. One more time. I was running. Okay, yeah, not a lot we can say about level 1. We've got a main character and they were running for some reason. Let's level up and find out why. Level 2, some blue text has been added to our sentence, making it more challenging. I was running at full speed down the street. One more time at a medium speed. I was running at full speed down the street, okay? And now at a quick speed. I was running at full speed down the street. One more time. I was running at full speed down the street. Okay, our main character, they weren't just running, they were running at full speed, okay? We could also say as fast as they could, right? They were running as fast as they possibly could. In other words, they were running at maximum speed, or we could say at top speed. Throughout this video, you will see lots of green synonyms down here. They're different ways of saying the same thing. We still don't know why our main character is running at full speed, at top speed, at maximum speed, as fast as they can down the street. Let's level up again. Slow read, say with me. I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad. Again, at a medium speed. I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad. Okay, so our main character, they were running full speed and they were waving their arms like mad, waving their arms like crazy in a crazy way, waving their arms crazily, we could also say. Maybe trying to get someone's attention. Let's say this at a quick speed and then we'll level up once more. Are you ready? I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad. Level 4, slow speed. I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad, trying to get the bus driver's attention. Okay. Now, the picture of what is happening in the story is coming into focus. Yeah, things are starting to become more clear. We see why our main character is running down the street, sprinting down the street, waving their arms crazily. They are doing what? What are they doing? They're trying to get a bus driver's attention, trying to get the bus driver to look at them, to notice them, to engage with them, to pay attention to them. Let's go right to the quick speed and then we will keep leveling up. Are you ready? I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad, trying to get the bus driver's attention. Level 5, say with me or pause and repeat. I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad, trying to get the bus driver's attention before they took off and left me behind. Okay, yeah, so the bus driver is about to take off, right? About to depart, to leave, to go off, to get going, right? They're about to go away, basically. And our main character is running, waving, trying to get their attention before this happens, right? They don't want to miss the bus. Level 5, quick speed, here we go. I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad, trying to get the bus driver's attention before they took off and left me behind. Level 6. Are you feeling the burn yet? Let's go. I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad, trying to get the bus driver's attention before he took off and left me behind. But eventually, the bus disappeared into the distance. Okay, so unfortunately, our main character did in fact miss their bus. Eventually, right, after some time, after a while, after a little bit, they're running, they're chasing, they're waving their arms, trying to get his attention, but after a while, after some time, eventually the bus disappears into the distance, right? It vanishes, it slips out of view, it goes away. Level 7, here we go. I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad, trying to get the bus driver's attention before he took off and left me behind. But eventually, the bus disappeared into the distance, and I knew I would have to find a different way to work. Okay, our main character, they are coming to terms with their situation here. They are starting to face the facts, right? They're starting to face reality. And the reality of the situation is, the fact of the matter is, the bus is gone. There is no hope of making it onto the bus, so they are going to have to find a different way to work. Yeah, they're gonna have to come up with something else. They're gonna have to think of something new. Maybe they'll need to get creative here. Level 8, a little bit faster now, guys. Push yourselves, really work that speaking muscle. Ready? I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad, trying to get the bus driver's attention before he took off and left me behind. But eventually, the bus disappeared into the distance, and I knew I would have to find a different way to work. With a sigh, I fired up the Uber app. Okay, so our main character does this with a sigh. With an exasperated sigh, maybe we could say. Exasperated sigh. They're really tired. They're frustrated. They're not in a great mood, right? What do they do with a sigh? With an exasperated sigh, they fire up the Uber app. Okay, if you fire up an app, you fire up a service or a machine, right? That means you start it up. You open it up. You start using it. You get it going. We could say, I fired up the Uber app to book a ride. I fired up the delivery app and started looking for dinner. I fired up my computer and got to work. Level 9, if you guys are still with me, you're doing great. Let's keep pushing through. Ready? I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad, trying to get the bus driver's attention before he took off and left me behind. But eventually, the bus disappeared into the distance, and I knew I would have to find a different way to work. With a sigh, I fired up the Uber app and waited patiently for a driver to accept the ride. This is getting to be a real challenge, a real mouthful. Okay, so our main character, what do? They fire up the Uber app. Now they are waiting patiently for a driver to accept the ride, right? They have put out a request to be picked up by a driver, right? So now they just need to wait patiently for a driver to accept the ride. Wait calmly, wait without complaining, without moaning and groaning, right? Moaning and groaning. They need to wait while maintaining a good attitude. Keeping a good attitude, right? Okay, let's level up to level 10, the final level of this super sentence, and really challenge ourselves. Are you ready? Now, because level 10 is the final level, we are going to do 2 reads. first slow and then quick at a native speed. Let's start slow. Are you ready? I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad, trying to get the bus driver's attention before he took off and left me behind. But eventually, the bus disappeared into the distance, and I knew I would have to find a different way to work. With a sigh, I fired up the Uber app and waited patiently for a driver to accept the ride, while simultaneously texting my boss to let him know I'd be running a few minutes late. If you are new here on my channel and this is the longest sentence you've ever spoken in your entire life, I want you to comment new record. New record. You guys are doing great. As your YouTube English teacher, I'm super proud of you. Here's a really tricky word to pronounce: simultaneously. Practice saying that a couple of times out loud with me. Simultaneously. 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 What does it mean? It means two things are happening concurrently. Concurrently, or two things are happening at the same time. In our story here, our main character is waiting patiently, and at the same time, they are texting their boss to let their boss know that they're going to be running late. So two things are happening concurrently. Two things are taking place at the same time, happening simultaneously. All right, are you guys ready to say this one final time at a native speed? Let's do it. I was running at full speed down the street and waving my arms like mad, trying to get the bus driver's attention before he took off and left me behind. But eventually, the bus disappeared into the distance, and I knew I would have to find a different way to work. With a sigh, I fired up the Uber app and waited patiently for a driver to accept the ride, while simultaneously texting my boss to let him know I'd be running a few minutes late. Take your hand and give yourself a pat on the back. You're doing amazing, my friend, but don't leave yet. Let's do a cool down exercise together. For our speaking cool down exercise, I want to summarize what happened in today's super sentence story. Yeah, take today's story and paraphrase. Paraphrase, put it into your own words. I want you to push yourself to speak for a full minute. A full minute. Even if you are making mistakes, that's all right. Just keep pushing, push all the way through that minute. I will go first. You can practice your listening skills, and I'll give you a demonstration of what I would like you to try and do when it's your turn. In today's super sentence, we saw a pretty chaotic story, a pretty crazy story, a pretty hectic story. Our main character in the beginning was sprinting, running at full speed, at top speed, as fast as they could, trying to flag down a bus, trying to wave down a bus, but unfortunately, they ended up missing the bus. Yeah, they were not able to make the bus, and so they had to turn to plan B. Yeah, they had to turn to a different plan and think of something else. So what did they do? They got out their phone and they fired up the Uber app. They booked a ride on Uber while simultaneously, at the same time, letting their boss know that they would be late. That was my 1 minute summary of today's story. Now it's your turn. Pause the video and really push yourself to speak for 1 full minute. I know you can do it. I'd like to give a huge shout out to my channel members. You guys really make my work possible. Guys, become a member today to get all of these benefits. It's only $5 and it really supports me so very much. Here we are at level 1. Take 1 second to click like on this video. Leave me a comment. It really helps me out with the YouTube algorithm. And once you've done that, Let's get started. Once again, we're starting off with a very simple, basic sentence. Let's do a slow read of this sentence. Are you ready? Lucy called in sick to work this morning. Again, Lucy called in sick to work this morning. Okay, we've got a main character here, a woman named Lucy. What did she do this morning? Well, this morning she called in sick to work. In other words, we have some synonyms down here, some other ways of saying this. She phoned into work, right? She let them know, let work know, let her boss know. Now, texted her boss is a little bit different. If you call in sick, you're definitely on the phone making a phone call. Texting is different than calling, right? So she called in sick. She was feeling unwell. We could also say she wasn't feeling great. And here's a wonderful English expression. She was feeling under the weather. She was feeling under the weather. It just means she was feeling kind of sick, right? Let's say this again a few more times at a quick speed, and then we will level up. Are you ready? Lucy called in sick to work this morning. Again, Lucy called in sick to work this morning. One last time. Lucy called in sick to work this morning. Notice how quickly I say this too, right? Called in sick to work, to work, to work. It's almost like a T-A, a little t. We've leveled up. Here we are at level 2. As you can see, some blue text has been added to our super sentence. We've stretched it. We've made it longer. Let's tackle level 2 with a slow read. Are you ready? Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. One more time, slow read. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Yeah, she's got a headache, right? Her head hurts. We could also say her head is pounding. Oh, my head is pounding. Bum, 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 bum. You've got a pounding headache, a terrible headache, right? We can also say, here's a great expression, raging headache. Oh, I've got a raging headache, a really intense headache. She's got a sore throat as well. That's another symptom, a second symptom of her sickness, her illness, how she's feeling. Another way that sickness shows itself, in other words, another symptom, is she has a sore throat. We can also say scratchy throat. Maybe your throat is feeling a little irritated, right? Just a little bit uncomfortable. You can call that a scratchy throat. And look at this, feeling blah. I love this one. Very colloquial, very spoken expression. Yeah, she's feeling blah. Okay, let's say this level 2 sentence once more at a quick speed, and then we will level up to level 3. Here we go. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Level 3, slow read. Here we go. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before. Ooh, so Lucy is really a train wreck today. She's a train wreck. She's not doing well at all. We could also say she's a complete mess, or she's a total mess today. Yeah, headache, sore throat, plus she barely slept the night before, the previous night, right? She barely slept. What are some other ways to say she barely slept or hardly slept or basically got no sleep, right? We can say she tossed and turned all night, tossed and turned, right? She couldn't get any rest, or maybe couldn't get any shut-eye, didn't get a wink of shut-eye, didn't get a single second of shut eye, right? Just another way of saying got no sleep. Or this one's a little different. Pulled an all-nighter. Pulled an all-nighter. This one is different because it's intentional. In other words, it's something you do on purpose. Yeah, maybe you go to your friend's house when you're a little kid, right? And you have a sleepover, and the two of you decide to pull an all-nighter. You make a decision to stay up all night, or maybe you're studying for a big test, and you make this decision to not get any sleep. This is different because the other things here are passive. They happen to you. You don't have a choice. Maybe you really want to sleep, but it's just not happening, right? Okay, awesome. Let's say level 3 once more. Quick speed. We'll level up again. Ready? Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before. This plus is kind of like not to mention, right? And in addition to having a headache and a sore throat, this other thing happened as well. Slow speed read. Here we go. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. Okay, awesome. So Lucy, headache, sore throat, no sleep. Obviously, she's a total mess. She's a train wreck. She feels terrible. Specifically, she feels like a total zombie. You guys have seen zombie TV shows, movies like Night of the Living Dead, right? Or The Walking Dead, right? Stuff like this. You know what a zombie is. Sometimes we use this word zombie, the idea of this slow, stumbling, kind of dumb monster to describe how we feel when we are exhausted. Ugh, I'm a complete zombie today. I got no sleep. Oh, I really need some coffee. I feel like a zombie. Yeah, in English, we have a lot of fun ways to describe this feeling of being really tired, really knocked out, right? You can say you feel like a zombie. We can say, oh, I'm completely wiped out. Oh, I'm half alive, or I'm half dead today. Or we can say, I'm dead tired. I'm totally beat. You can be a little more direct and just say, man, I'm completely dead today. I'm so dead today. All of these mean I'm really, really tired. I don't have any energy. Okay, let's read level 4 once more. Quick speed. We'll keep leveling up. Here we go. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. Level 5, slow read. Here we go. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. So she sent a quick message to her manager. Sent a quick message. Yeah, maybe text. You shoot a message. I shot over a message. Dropped a line. We could also say reached out, contacted, got in touch with. These are all different ways of kind of saying the same thing. One more time, quick speed, and then we'll level up. Ready? Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. So she sent a quick message to her manager. Her manager, right? The person kind of above her at work. We could also say her higher up at work, right? The person who is managing her, the person in charge. Level 6, slow read. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. So she sent a quick message to her manager and flopped back into bed. Oh man, she flopped back into bed. Yeah, she was not ready to start the day. She just collapsed into bed. Ugh. Right? And there are a few different ways of saying this. Maybe she crawled back into bed. Oh, she's so weak, right? She crawled back into bed. Maybe she's already in bed and she curled up. curled up, right? Kind of like a cat making itself comfortable. But for this one, she's already in bed, right? She curled up. Okay. She holed up in her room. Here's another great way of saying this idea, expressing this idea. She's holed up in her room. Basically, she's shut herself in her room and, shut out the rest of the world. Quick speed. Here we go. Ready? Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. So she sent a quick message to her manager and flopped back into bed. Once again, flopping into bed is kind of like throwing yourself into bed, right? Here's a flop. If this is Lucy, this is her bed. Here's her flopping. We're getting really close, guys. Here we go. Level 7, slow read. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. So, she sent a quick message to her manager and flopped back into bed, hoping no one would call her. So she's in bed, right? She's praying, hoping no one will reach out, no one will call her. She's praying her phone stays quiet. She doesn't want to deal with anything. Love that expression. Doesn't want to deal with anything. In British English, they might say, she can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. Oh, I can't be bothered to do that, right? Can't be bothered. She doesn't want to deal with it. All right. Once more, quick speed, then we'll level up again. We're almost done. Here we go. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. So, she sent a quick message to her manager and flopped back into bed, hoping no one would call her. Level 8. Here we go, guys. This is getting pretty tough. Slow speed read. Let's do it. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. So, she sent a quick message to her manager and flopped back into bed, hoping no one would call her and pretending not to hear the group chat blowing up. If the group chat is blowing up, she's talking about her work chat, right? Her work group chat. Well, if it's blowing up, that means there are nonstop messages. Her phone is going crazy. It's bzz, 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 buzzing off the hook. Off the hook, we could also say, right? But even though it's blowing up, she's pretending not to hear it. La, 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 la. She doesn't want to deal with it, right? She feels terrible. She feels like a zombie. She just wants to flop into bed and ignore the world. One more time, quick speed. Then we'll level up again to level 9. We're almost there. Here we go. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. So, she sent a quick message to her manager and flopped back into bed, hoping no one would call her and pretending not to hear the group chat blowing up. Level 9, let's jump right to the blue text we've added here because this is a pretty small addition, just 3 words. Let's say them together with work drama. Okay, so her group chat is really going crazy. What's happening at work? Well, there's work drama, I guess. That means like office gossip. Maybe somebody made a big mistake. Maybe people are yelling at each other, accusing each other. It's very hectic, stressful, and crazy, right? So she's just pretending that doesn't exist. She's turning a blind eye. We can also say turning a blind eye, just pretending not to notice it. Level 9, once more at a quick speed, and then we'll level up to 10, the final level. Okay, here we go. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie, so she sent a quick message to her manager and flopped back into bed, hoping no one would call her and pretending not to hear the group chat blowing up with work drama. Okay, now the blue text I've added here in level 10 is a lot. There is a lot of blue text being added here, so let's do the whole thing. Push yourselves, guys. This is the very, very last level, okay? Let's do a slow read. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. So she sent a quick message to her manager and flopped back into bed, hoping no one would call her and pretending not to hear the group chat blowing up with work drama until her coworker texted, "Lucky me. We've got meetings scheduled all afternoon." Okay, so her coworker sends her a text, right? And her coworker is being sarcastic. That means she feels the opposite of what she's saying. She's saying, "Oh, lucky me," but she doesn't feel lucky, right? Here's another example. Maybe there's a kid who is finished with summer vacation, getting ready to go back to school, and his mom asks him, "Are you excited for school tomorrow?" And the kid says, "Yeah, I'm super excited for school tomorrow." Well, he said he's super excited for school, but in reality, he feels the opposite of that, right? So he's being sarcastic, we can say, or he's using sarcasm. Last time for today, quick speed, here we go. Lucy called in sick to work this morning after waking up with a headache and a sore throat. Plus, she barely slept the night before and felt like a total zombie. So she sent a quick message to her manager and flopped back into bed, hoping no one would call her and pretending not to hear the group chat blowing up with work drama until her coworker texted, "Lucky me. We've got meetings scheduled all afternoon." If you made it all the way through this super sentence, fantastic job. Take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back because you deserve it, my friend. And to finish today's video, let's have a little speaking challenge. Let's try talking for 1 minute straight. Talk, 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 talk. Don't stop for 1 full minute. You have 2 options for doing this. Option 1, you can retell the super sentence. Yeah, you can rephrase what happened. You can summarize. You can put it in your own words, right? What happened in today's story? Or you can respond to this question. Have you ever faked being sick? Maybe to get out of school, maybe to get out of work, right? Okay. Now I'm going to go first and give you a chance to listen so you can practice your listening skills for 1 minute and just kind of take a break and relax for a minute. Then it will be your turn. So I'm going to do a retelling of today's sentence. Today's story was all about this woman called Lucy, and Lucy is not feeling good, right? She's feeling really under the weather. You know, she's got a headache. She's got a sore throat, or we could say scratchy throat. She got basically no sleep. She was tossing and turning all night, right? And Lucy decides to call in sick to work. So she reaches out to her boss, her manager, right? She lets her manager know, "Hey, sorry, but I'm not coming in today." And then she flops into bed and tries to just ignore her phone, which is blowing up with office drama. I guess there are problems at work, and one of her coworkers messages her sarcastically saying, "Oh, I'm so glad I'm here today. I'm so lucky I'm here today." That was my minute. Now it's your turn. Pause the video, set a timer on your phone, really push yourself to respond for the full minute. Lastly, I want to give a huge shout out to my channel members. These are all of the people who support me and my work here on YouTube. Basically, all of my funding for this channel comes from these guys. YouTube pays me almost nothing for my videos, so I really, really count on my members to keep me going. If you want to become a member, there are lots of benefits. You can get PDFs for all of my videos, including this one, and you can unlock tons of bonus videos as well. So if you want to be a member, I would really appreciate it. Just click join here on YouTube or go to my Patreon. We will be looking at 10 different scenarios today in this video, or situations you might bump into in real life as an English speaker. For each of these scenarios, we're going to take a short sentence and stretch it longer and longer to improve your English. Simply say with me or pause and repeat. In our first scenario, we are mailing a package at the post office. Are you ready? Let's try a slow speed read. I mailed a package at the post office today. One more time. I mailed a package at the post office today. Now, as we go through this video, you will see synonyms down here. These are different ways of saying more or less the same thing. We could also say, I sent a package at the post office today. I shipped a package. We could say, I sent a parcel. I sent a box. So pay attention to the synonyms to learn even more vocabulary. Now let's level up and make it harder. Say with me or pause and repeat. Ready? I mailed a package at the post office today for my friend's birthday. Okay. For my friend's birthday, for their special day, their big day, for their birthday celebration. Now we know why they are at the post office mailing a package. Level 3. Ready? I mailed a package at the post office today for my friend's birthday, and the line was really long. Okay, the line at the post office was long, so there was a huge queue, or a big queue, or a long queue. The line was maybe slow moving. It felt like there was an endless wait. It seemed like it just went on and on and on. Level 4, let's go. I mailed a package at the post office today for my friend's birthday, and the line was really long. Plus, the clerk asked me to fill out extra forms. Okay, so the clerk, the person who was working there behind the counter at the post office, asked them to fill out extra forms. In other words, to complete some extra forms, to write in some extra forms. Maybe the clerk even asked them to sign up for some service on these forms. Okay, level 5, last one for this scenario. Here we go. I mailed a package at the post office today for my friend's birthday, and the line was really long. Plus, the clerk asked me to fill out extra forms before finally stamping it and sending it off. Finally, the clerk, the person working there, stamped it, right? Marked it, sealed it, approved it, and sent it off, or mailed it. Now, because this is the final level, let's read it one more time at a native speed. Ready? I mailed a package at the post office today for my friend's birthday, and the line was really long. Plus, the clerk asked me to fill out extra forms before finally stamping it and sending it off. Awesome job, guys. Let's keep going with our second scenario. Here's another useful real-world scenario checking out at a store. Let's read level 1 at a slow speed together. Ready? I paid for my groceries at the store. Again, I paid for my groceries at the store. Okay, some groceries, right? So milk, eggs, bananas, that sort of thing. I paid for my groceries, so I checked out at the store. I rang up at the store. We can say the cashier rang me up. Or more directly, we can say I purchased my groceries at the store. I bought them. Level 2, ready? I paid for my groceries at the store after picking up some milk and bread. Okay, so now we know what they were grabbing at the store. What were they getting at the grocery store? What were they buying? Specifically, what were they picking up? Purchasing, right? They were getting milk and bread. Level 3. I paid for my groceries at the store after picking up some milk and bread, but the cashier had trouble scanning one item. Ooh, okay, so the cashier is trying to beep, 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 scan the items, but they had trouble scanning one of the items. In other words, their machine had a problem reading one of the things the person was trying to buy. The machine couldn't scan it for some reason. In other words, the machine had a glitch, an error, a problem. Or we can say it was glitching out. Level 4, here we go. I paid for my groceries at the store after picking up some milk and bread, but the cashier had trouble scanning one item, so she called for help. The cashier called for help. She asked for assistance. Assistance just means help, right? Maybe she waved someone over. Hey, hello, can you come help me? Maybe she got backup from another cashier on duty, another cashier who was currently working. Final sentence, here we go. I paid for my groceries at the store after picking up some milk and bread, but the cashier had trouble scanning one item. So she called for help, and we finally got everything bagged up. Nice. Everything, all of the items this person wanted to buy finally got bagged up. Packed up, right? Put into bags. Now, wrapped up is a little bit different, right? Like a Christmas present, right? Using some kind of paper to wrap it up. Because this is level 5, let's say it one more time at a native speed. Here we go. I paid for my groceries at the store after picking up some milk and bread, but the cashier had trouble scanning one item, so she called for help, and we finally got everything bagged up. You guys are doing great. You are crushing it. Let's go to scenario 3. Ordering coffee at a cafe. Level 1. Here we go. Slow read. I ordered a coffee at the cafe this morning. Ordered what? Ordered a coffee, right? So asked for a coffee, got a coffee, bought a coffee, purchased a coffee. They all mean the same thing. Let's say it a few more times before we level up. Ready? I ordered a coffee at the cafe this morning. Again, I ordered a coffee at the cafe this morning. One more time. I ordered a coffee at the cafe this morning. Level 2. I ordered a coffee at the cafe this morning with a chocolate muffin. Okay, so they didn't just get a coffee, they also got a chocolate muffin, like chocolate cocoa, right? A muffin is kind of like a little cake. You guys probably know what a muffin is, a sweet treat, right? Sounds like a good breakfast. Level 3, let's do it. I ordered a coffee at the cafe this morning with a chocolate muffin, but they were out of my usual drink. Uh-oh, we've got a problem here. They were sold out or out of the usual drink that this person normally gets when they go to this coffee shop, right? So maybe they get a latte. It was sold out this morning. They had no more of it this morning. They ran out of this special drink, right? Level 4. I ordered a coffee at the cafe this morning with a chocolate muffin, but they were out of my usual drink, so I tried a caramel latte instead. All right, they tried something new, right? They gave the caramel latte a go, gave it a go. Yeah, they tested it out. They sampled it. They tried it. Level 5, last one. Here we go. I ordered a coffee at the cafe this morning with a chocolate muffin, but they were out of my usual drink, so I tried a caramel latte instead, and it turned out out to be delicious. Really fantastic expression here. It turned out to be delicious. Yeah, it ended up being delicious. In the end, it was delicious. It proved to be delicious. Sometimes turned into can mean kind of the same thing as turned out. Let me give you an example. At first, our night was going really badly, but in the end, it turned out to be a fun night, right? We could also say our bad night turned into a fun night. Flying along here, scenario 4 is taking the bus to work. Let's read level 1. Here we go. I took the bus to work today. Again, I took the bus to work today. One more time. I took the bus to work today. Yeah, I took the bus. I rode the bus to work today. I caught the bus. That's an interesting one, right? Yeah, I caught the bus to work today. I hopped on the bus to work today. I like that one. That one's fun. Level 2, ready? I took the bus to work today because my car wouldn't start. Okay. Oh no, the car wouldn't start. Yeah, it was broken down. It was not working. Maybe the battery was dead. Let's read this one again. Ready? I took the bus to work today because my car wouldn't start. Level 3, here we go. I took the bus to work today because my car wouldn't start and it was more crowded than usual. Oh no, they took the bus, which is something they don't normally do. They normally take their car, right? And the bus is crowded. It's packed. It's full of people. Or we can combine these words and say jam-packed. Man, the bus was jam-packed with people this morning. Level 4. I took the bus to work today because my car wouldn't start and it was more crowded than usual, so I had to stand the whole ride. Ugh, they had to stand the whole ride, right? Stay on their feet the whole time. There was no seat, nowhere to sit down, so they had to stand the entire way, the whole way there. Final level, here we go. I took the bus to work today because my car wouldn't start and it was more crowded than usual. So I had to stand the whole ride while holding onto a wobbly pole. So they're holding this pole, right? It's a wobbly pole. Wobbly, wobbly. It's a shaky pole. It's not stable. It's unstable. Maybe it's a little bit loose. Ugh, sounds like an uncomfortable trip, an uncomfortable ride. Next up, let's visit the doctor, level 1. Read with me or pause and repeat. I went to the doctor this afternoon. I went to the doctor. So I visited the doctor. I stopped by the doctor's office, right? I went and saw the doctor. Level 2. I went to the doctor this afternoon for a checkup. A checkup, yeah, a routine visit. Routine, yeah, something you go and do every so often, maybe a few times a year, right? They had a health check. They had an examination to make sure or ensure that they're healthy. Level 3. I went to the doctor this afternoon for a checkup, but I had to wait almost an hour. Yikes, had to wait. They were stuck waiting for almost an hour. They needed to wait almost an hour. They were waiting around, right? They were waiting around, or they waited around for almost an hour, nearly an hour, about an hour. Level 4. I went to the doctor this afternoon for a checkup, but I had to wait almost an hour, so I read a magazine in the lobby. What's a lobby? The waiting room, the reception area, right? The front room. You walk in, you see lots of people waiting around, reading magazines, waiting to see the doctor. This is the lobby. You guys are doing great. You guys are killing it. Here's the final level. Let's do it. I went to the doctor this afternoon for a checkup, but I had to wait almost an hour. So I read a magazine in the lobby until the nurse finally called my name. Ah, finally, they were waiting. Then the nurse called their name, announced their name, called them in. Yeah, called them in. Okay, time to come in. Said their name out loud. Guys, you are officially halfway through today's video. If you've made it this far, take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back, and don't forget to give this video a like and a comment, all right? It helps me out a lot, seriously. Scenario 6, making a phone call to customer service. Sometimes you gotta call customer service to get some help, right? Let's read level 1 together. I called customer service this morning. I called customer service. I phoned customer service. I rang customer service. I dialed customer service. I gave them a ring. Level 2. I called customer service this morning about my internet connection. Okay, why did they call customer service? Well, it was about their internet connection, their network, their service, their signal. Maybe there's some issue connecting to the internet. Level 3. I called customer service this morning about my internet connection, but I was on hold for 20 minutes. No, they're on hold. They're waiting on the line. You know, this person they're talking to at customer service said, I'm going to put you on hold. Please wait patiently. They're hearing music as they wait, right? They're stuck waiting. They're stuck in the queue waiting to talk to this person. 4, let's do it. I called customer service this morning about my internet connection, but I was on hold for 20 minutes listening to the same music on repeat. Yeah, they played some music while they were waiting, right? It was on repeat, the same song over and over, nonstop, again and again. It was playing on a loop, over and over. Level 5, last one, ready? I called customer service this morning about my internet connection, but I was on hold for 20 minutes listening to the same music on repeat until a tired-sounding agent finally picked up. They finally picked up, finally answered, finally took the call, finally came on the line. All right, let's say this whole sentence again at a native speed. I called customer service this morning about my internet connection, but I was on hold for 20 minutes listening to the same music on repeat until a tired-sounding agent finally picked up. All right, we're about to eat at a restaurant. Level 1. I had dinner at a restaurant last night. Okay, I had dinner. I ate dinner at a restaurant last night. I enjoyed dinner at a restaurant last night. I ordered dinner at a restaurant last night. Or we could say, I went out to eat last night. Yeah, I went to a restaurant last night. Level 2. I had dinner at a restaurant last night with some friends. With who? With some friends, some buddies, some pals. If you're British, you might say with some mates. Level 3 now. I had dinner at a restaurant last night with some friends, but our food took a long time to arrive. The food took a long time. There was a long delay. The food came late. Yeah, the restaurant made them wait a long time to receive their food, to get their food. In other words, there was a long wait before they were served their food. Level 4, I had dinner at a restaurant last night with some friends, but our food took a long time to arrive. So we kept eating bread from the basket. Yeah, there's a basket on the table, a bread basket, right? So they're, just passing the time eating the bread, munching on bread, nibbling small bites, right? Nibbling bread, snacking on the bread rolls or whatever kind of bread is on the table. Last one. Here we go. I had dinner at a restaurant last night with some friends, but our food took a long time to arrive. So we kept eating bread from the basket and joking about ordering more just to survive. So they're making the most of a bad situation, right? Instead of complaining that their food is taking forever, they're joking around. They're saying, hey, we should get more bread just to survive. We need more bread to keep us going, to hold us over, to make sure we don't starve, right? All right, let's say the whole thing again at a native speed. Here we go. I had dinner at a restaurant last night with some friends, but our food took a long time to arrive, so we kept eating bread from the basket and joking about ordering more just to survive. Up next, it's time to board a flight. Are you ready? Level 1. I boarded my flight this morning. Again, I boarded my flight this morning, right? I boarded my flight. I got on my flight, stepped onto the plane, entered the plane this morning. Level 2, I boarded my flight this morning to visit my parents. Oh, okay. This person is going to go visit their parents, right? Visit, see their parents, spend time with their parents, go to enjoy some quality time with their mom and dad. Level 3, I boarded my flight this morning to visit my parents, but there was hardly any space in the overhead bins. Yeah, those spaces overhead on the plane where you can put your backpack. Yeah, there was hardly any space. It was almost full. There was like no room left. It was packed really tight in there. Level 4, I boarded my flight this morning to visit my parents, but there was hardly any space in the overhead bins, so I had to keep my bag under the seat. Okay, they took their bag, put it under the seat, down by their feet, beneath the seat, down below their seat. Final level, keep pushing, guys. I boarded my flight this morning to visit my parents, but there was hardly any space in the overhead bins. So I had to keep my bag under the seat and squeeze my legs in the tiny space left. They had to squeeze their legs, tuck their legs in, scrunch up their legs, or really bend their knees. All of these things are different ways to say they didn't have a lot of space. Okay, level 5. Let's read the whole thing, native speed. Ready? I boarded my flight this morning to visit my parents, but there was hardly any space in the overhead bins. So I had to keep my bag under the seat and squeeze my legs in the tiny space left. Scenario number 9, depositing money at the bank. This could be kind of an intimidating scenario. It could be a little stressful if you are not a native speaker, right? So let's practice. Take a look at level 1 here. Say with me, I deposited money at the bank today. Practice this word. Here's a hard word. Deposited. Again. Deposited. Yeah, I put in money at the bank. I added money to my bank account. Probably not placed, right? Place, unless you place some cash down on the counter at the bank. Level 2, I deposited money at the bank today after getting paid. Woo, they got paid. Following their payday, once they were paid, after their salary came in, after they got their paycheck, they went to the bank and deposited it. Ooh, that's hard to say. Deposited it. Ooh. Level 3, here we go. I deposited money at the bank today after getting paid, but the ATM wasn't working. Okay, so the ATM was broken. Okay, it was out of order. It was not functioning. Or we could say malfunctioning. Yeah, the ATM was malfunctioning. Level 4. I deposited money at the bank today after getting paid, but the ATM wasn't working, so I had to go inside and wait in line. They had to go inside, step into the bank, enter the bank, head in to get their money deposited. Last one, level 5, slow read. Ready? I deposited money at the bank today after getting paid, but the ATM wasn't working, so I had to go inside and wait in line before handing the cash to the teller. Yeah, the teller, the person working there at the bank. Sometimes we say bank teller, right? They handed over the cash. They gave them the money. They passed over the bills. They turned in their cash. Okay, this was level 5, the last one, so you know the drill. You know the drill. You know what to do. Let's read it at a quick speed, native speed. Here we go. I deposited money at the bank today after getting paid, but the ATM wasn't working, so I had to go inside and wait in line before handing the cash to the teller. Here's the final scenario for today. Scenario 10, watching a movie at the cinema. Or in America, we usually say movie theater, right? Level 1, I watched a movie at the cinema last weekend. Okay, I watched a movie, I saw a movie, I checked out a movie, viewed a movie, or sometimes we say caught a movie. Yeah, did you catch that movie last weekend? Oh, yeah, I caught a really great movie last weekend. Level 2, I watched a movie at the cinema last weekend with my cousin. Yeah, with my cousin, my relative, my family member. This word is not used very much, but ken means family, kind of a literary word. You see it in books more than you hear it in casual conversation. Level 3, I watched a movie at the cinema last weekend with my cousin, but we arrived after the previews had already started. Oh, that's a bummer. The previews, the trailers at the beginning of the movie, the coming attractions, the ads for other movies, that's my favorite part, actually. When I go to the movies, I love seeing the previews, the trailers for other movies before the movie I went there to see starts. Level 4. I watched a movie at the cinema last weekend with my cousin, but we arrived after the previews had already started, so we had to find our seats in the dark. They were looking around for their seats in the dark. There were no lights. It was pitch black. The light in there was really dim or dark, hard to see, right? Final level for today's Super Sentences video. Let's do it. Ready? I watched a movie at the cinema last weekend with my cousin, but we arrived after the previews had already started, so we had to find our seats in the dark while trying not to step on anyone's feet. They were trying not to step on anyone's feet. You know, if you're walking along in the dark, you might accidentally stomp on someone's foot. If you stomp, then you come down really hard with your foot. They didn't want to tread on anybody, step on anybody. Bump into is a little different, right? There's a difference between stepping on someone and bumping into them. Maybe you bump into somebody with your body, but you step on them with your foot. Native speed. Last time, let's do it. I watched a movie at the cinema last weekend with my cousin, but we arrived after the previews had already started, so we had to find our seats in the dark while trying not to step on anyone's feet. If you want a natural American accent, watch this video as often as you can, maybe once a month, once a week, even better, or best of all, once a day. Just listen and repeat. Let's get you a fantastic sounding American accent. Come on, let's go. First, I will speak, then I will point at you, and it will be your turn to speak. Try to sound just like me. Ready? I think we should go now. Okay, great. He thinks it's easy. Let's thank her later. Wonderful. They threw it away. They threw it away. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. But sometimes TH makes more of a buzzing sound, like this is my seat. Yeah, this is my seat. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Where are their bags? Where are their bags? Listen to how it blends together. Where are their bags? Tell them to hurry. Do you hear the buzzing TH? Tell them to hurry. Tell them to hurry. Tell them to hurry. Are you bringing those? Do you hear the Z sound on the end? Are you bringing those? Those? He drove a van to school. He drove a van to school. We'll just wait over there. We'll just wait over there. I always win at that game. I always win at that game. They voted yesterday. They voted yesterday. He wore a red hoodie. He wore a red hoodie. She left early. Yeah, she left early. Let's ride together. Let's ride together. The light turned green. The light turned green. They all ran home. They all ran home. She works downtown. Yeah, she works downtown. See that bird? See that bird? I love your shirt. I love your shirt. His socks are blue. His socks are blue. Do you hear how I mush those words together? His socks are blue. I don't really say the full R, do I? His socks are blue. Let's walk by the shore. Let's walk by the shore. That meal was cheap but good. That meal was cheap but good. They saw a sheep in the field. Yeah, they saw a sheep in the field. She bought some chicken wings. She bought some chicken wings. Chicken, 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 chicken. I took a quick sip. Sip, sip. I took a quick sip. Good. She closed the zip. Sip and zip. Sip and zip. The kids sit quietly. The kids sit quietly. He can't zip the bag. He can't zip the bag. The bag. The bag. We saw a zoo on TV. Yeah, we saw a zoo on TV. He swung the bat hard. He swung the bat hard. The bat hard. The bat hard. Give the dog a pat. Give the dog a pat. A pat. A pat. She bought a dress. She bought a dress. She bought a dress. He put it on the table. Listen to this. He put it on the table. He put it on the table. I need a bag for this. Great. I need a bag for this. I need a bag for this. Fur. F-E-R is what it sounds like, right? I need a bag for this. I dared him to jump. Okay, a little faster. What does it sound like? I dared him to jump. Ooh, I dared him to jump. I dared him to jump. She wiped a tear away. She wiped a tear away. Wiped-a. She wiped a tear away. Okay, they dated in college. What does it sound like faster? They dated in college. Dated in. They dated in college. He tied his shoes. A little faster. He tied his shoes. He tied his shoes. He tied his shoes. We took the day off. All right, and a little faster. We took the day off. We took the day off. We took the day off. He has a black cat. He has a black cat. He has a black cat. Okay, she drank from a big cup. And a bit faster, she drank from a big cup. They sat on the floor. Now faster, listen to this. They sat on the floor. They sat on the floor. They sat on the floor. Okay, I cut the paper wrong. I cut the paper wrong. I cut the paper wrong. Okay, we had a quick nap. Listen to that nasally A sound. Nap, nap, nap. We had a quick nap. We had a quick nap. We had a quick nap. He bit the cookie. He bit the cookie. He bit the cookie. Yeah, do you hear how fast we pronounce the? It just sounds like the. He bit the cookie. He bit the cookie, right? She beat the clock. Okay, if you were to say it quickly in conversation, in a natural American way, it would sound like this. She beat the clock. She beat the clock. Okay, fantastic. We hid behind the couch. And quickly, we hid behind the couch. We hid behind the couch. The couch. We hid behind the couch. Behind. Behind. We hid behind the couch. Great. They hit the target. Okay, they hit the target. They hit the target. They hit the target. I need more rest. I need more rest. I need more rest. She cleaned the chicken coop. And quickly, she cleaned the chicken coop. She cleaned the chicken coop. Okay. He poured milk in a cup. He poured milk in a cup. In a cup. In a cup. He poured milk in a cup. We stood up quickly. We stood up quickly. We stood up quickly. We stood up quickly. He read a new book. Okay, and quickly now, he read a new book. Reda. He read a new book. Okay, she wore tall boots. She wore tall boots. She wore tall boots. She wore tall boots. I took a quick look. Listen to this. I took a quick look. I took a quick look. I took a quick look. They saw a raccoon. And quickly now, they saw a raccoon. Yeah, saw a. Those two words really mush together, really blend together, don't they? They saw a raccoon. They saw a raccoon. They saw a raccoon. It's a perfect day. It's a perfect day. It's a perfect day. Okay, her dad loves baseball. Her dad loves baseball. Her dad loves baseball. Okay, we stayed late at the party. 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 He had lunch with us. He had lunch with us. With us. He had lunch with us. I love to fly. I love to fly. I love to fly. I love to fly. She looked me in the eye. 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 They'll try again later. They'll try again later. Ooh, that one's a big blur, isn't it? They'll try again later. They'll try again later. They'll try again later. Okay, he wore a red tie. Listen to this. He wore a red tie. He wore a red tie. He wore a red tie. Awesome. We'll buy some food. Okay, and if I was going to say it quickly, I would say it like this. We'll buy some food. We'll buy some food. Yeah, we'll buy some food. Are you enjoying this video? We are halfway done. Now is a great time to give it a like. Click the like button, leave me a comment, say hello down in the comments. You can tell me, is this easy? Is it hard? Your likes and comments, they really support me and they help my YouTube channel a lot. So thank you very much. He built a new house. Okay, now quickly, he built a new house. He built a new house. Ouch, that hurt. Okay, a little faster now. Ouch, that hurt. That hurt. That hurt. Ouch, that hurt. Okay, they sat on the couch. 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 That's a cool toy. Ah, that's a cool toy. Yeah, that's a cool toy. Ah, that's a cool toy. She raised her voice. She raised her voice. She raised her voice. Raised her. Raised her. She raised her voice. We heard a loud noise. Yeah, we heard a loud noise. Ugh, we heard a loud noise. Yeah, we heard a loud noise. He tossed a shiny coin. Okay, he tossed a shiny coin. He tossed a shiny coin. In English, sometimes there are silent letters, and these can be really confusing. Look at the first one. We don't say he knew, right? He knew what to do. A little faster now. He knew what to do. He knew what to do, what to do, what to do. Okay, she hurt her knee. Listen to this. She hurt her knee. She hurt her knee. She hurt her knee. Let me write that down. This one's very different when you say it quickly. Let me write that down. Let me write that down. Yeah, 1 second. Let me write that down. Hold on. Let me write that down. They wrapped the gift. They wrapped the gift. They wrapped the gift. Yeah, you can almost hear that ED go away at the end of the word when you say it quickly, right? They wrapped the gift. They wrapped the gift. They wrapped the gift. Now, sometimes in American English, an ED ending can sound like a T. Look at this. He worked all weekend. Listen to that. Worked, worked, worked. He worked all weekend. Okay, he worked all weekend. Yeah, he worked all weekend. She laughed at the joke. She laughed at the joke. She laughed at the joke. I missed the call. Yep, I missed the call. Missed the call. Missed the call. They jumped off the stairs. 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 The cats are sleeping. Now listen to this when I say it quickly. The cats are sleeping. Yeah, don't wake them. The cats are sleeping. Okay. She lost her keys again. And now quickly, she lost her keys again. She lost her keys again. We cleaned the dishes. We cleaned the dishes. We cleaned the dishes. Yep, we cleaned the dishes. Okay, he bought 2 books. Now quickly, he bought 2 books. He bought 2 books. He bought 2 books. Now here is something about pronouncing American English that is really important, the flap T. Okay, look at the first one. We don't say, pass the butter, please. Nobody talks like that. That T turns into a D. Listen to this. Pass the butter, please. Pass the butter, please. Hey, could you pass the butter, please? Yeah, could you pass me the butter, please? She lives in the city? No, we don't talk like that. She lives in the city. City. She lives in the city. Yep, she lives in the city. Okay, he drank a bottle of water. Bottle of water. Bottle of water. He drank a bottle of water. Okay, that was a nice letter. Letter. Yeah, that was a nice letter. Yeah, that was a real nice letter. I don't know yet. Yeah, I don't know yet. Ooh, big difference. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. She won't be late. She won't be late. She won't be late. She won't be late. He can't come tonight. Okay? He can't come tonight. Yeah, sorry, he can't come tonight. He can't come tonight. Okay? We shouldn't forget. Now listen to it quick. We shouldn't forget. We shouldn't forget. We shouldn't forget about that. Yeah, we really shouldn't forget about that. We shouldn't forget about it. We shouldn't forget about it. We shouldn't forget about it. We shouldn't forget. They didn't show up. They didn't show up. They didn't show up. They didn't show up. Nice. Here we have some more examples of blending the words together in these sentences. Let's go on an adventure is how you would say it slowly, right? But listen to this. Let's go on an adventure. Let's go on an adventure. In English, when we're speaking quickly, we don't pronounce every single word clearly. Everything gets messy, right? Let's go on an adventure. She'll pick it up later. We would say, she'll pick it up later. 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 Great job. He'll turn off the light. If we're saying quickly, might sound like this. He'll turn off the light. He'll turn off the light. Look at how the turns into the, right? He'll turn off the light. He'll turn off the light. Can you give it to her? We might say as, can you give it to her? Can you give it to her? Hey, can you just give it to her? Can you give it to her? Another big feature of the American accent is the nasal sounds. He's singing in the shower. Singing. He's singing in the shower. He's singing in the shower. She's been running every day. They kept bringing snacks. Bringing. They kept bringing snacks. Pass the table. Pass the table. We bought a present. We bought a present. We bought a present. He fixed the window. He fixed the window. He fixed the window. They moved the sofa. They moved the sofa. They moved the sofa. That's a cool picture. Oh, that's a cool picture. Ah, that's a cool picture. I can't relax here. I can't relax here. I can't relax here. I can't relax here. Let's invite them. Let's invite them. Yeah, let's invite them. We need to decide soon. We need to decide soon. To decide soon. To decide soon. We need to decide soon. Okay, they'll begin at noon. They'll begin at noon. They'll begin at noon. They'll begin at noon. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. Listen to how the TH kind of goes away when I say it quickly. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. I don't say, that's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. He lay on the bed. He lay on the bed. He lay on the bed. Okay. She had a pad of paper. 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 Listen to the of. It kind of turns into a pad of paper. She had a pad of paper. Yeah, she had a pad of paper with her. Okay. They read what he said. Yep, they read what he said. What he said. What he said. They read what he said. They were very poor growing up. They were very poor growing up. They were very poor growing up. We took a city tour. A tour of the city. He wasn't sure what to do. He wasn't sure what to do. One more time. He wasn't sure what to do. Yeah, he wasn't sure what to do. He wasn't sure what to do. He heard every word. He heard every word. The bird flew away. The bird flew away. The bird flew away. The bird flew away. They took a wrong turn. 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 She got the third prize. 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 She had a big scratch. She had a big scratch. She had a big scratch. Okay, we watched them stretch first. We watched them stretch first. We watched them stretch first. I love splashes in the pool. All right, faster now. I love splashes in the pool. I love splashes in the pool. Now, sometimes H is a hard H, and sometimes it's a silent H. Look at this. We hiked up the hill. We hiked up the hill. We hiked up the hill. You can still hear that hard H sound. We hiked up the hill. Okay, sometimes H has a silent sound with certain words. Be honest with me. Honest, honest. Be honest with me. Be honest with me. Okay, he held my hand. He held my hand. He held my hand. And another silent H. She's an honor student. Honor, honor. Okay, means she's a really good student. She's an honor student. She's an honor student. She's an honor student. Sometimes different vowels can sound the same in American English. I brought a sleeping cot. C-O-T, cot. I brought a sleeping cot. I brought a sleeping cot. Okay, now look at C-A-U-G-H-T. She caught the ball easily. Different spelling, same sound. She caught the ball easily. She caught the ball easily. When we ask a question in American English, the tone of your voice rises, okay? Are you coming? Hey, are you coming? Hey, are you coming? Are you coming? Hello, are you coming? Do we have to? 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 Is he okay? Is he okay? Is he okay? Oh my God, is he okay? Is he okay? Can she drive? Can she drive? Are they done? Are they done? I think you guys get the point with this one. Some words are nouns and some words are verbs, even though they're spelled the same way, and we need to say them differently. Look at the noun of record. That's a record. That's a record. Now listen to the verb form. Please record this. Please record this. That's a record. Please record this. Okay, look at present and present. Present is a noun, like a present, a gift that you give someone. Present means you're showing something off. She gave me a present. We'll present the slides. Awesome. Here are two more words that people are always pronouncing wrong because they're spelled the same. Look at this. Address as a noun and address as a verb. Okay, what's your address? Let's address the issue. Yeah, let's address the issue. That means let's talk about the problem. Let's discuss the problem. Let's address the issue. Let's address the issue. Thank you guys so much for watching. A huge thanks to all of my channel members. You guys make my work possible. Become a channel member if you want PDFs, bonus videos, and access to my English book club. First I say, then you repeat. Just follow the beat. Follow the beat. In past tense, go becomes went. I went to the store. You went too fast. He went home early. They went to class. We went last night. In past tense, eat becomes ate. I ate some rice. You ate too much. He ate a snack. They ate with us. We ate outside. Take becomes took. Take, took. I took a photo. You took the last. He took my seat. They took a break. We took a cab. See, saw. I saw the moon. You saw the show. He saw the sign. They saw the game. We saw a bear. Write becomes wrote. Write, wrote. I wrote a song. You wrote it fast. He wrote a list. They wrote to us. We wrote the plan. Come becomes came. Come, came. I came on time. You came too late. He came with her. They came to help. We came to play. Make becomes made. Make, made. I made a cake. You made a mess. He made a call. They made a map. We made a deal. Give becomes gave. Give, gave. I gave a gift. You gave too much. He gave a hug. They gave a talk. We gave our best. Break, broke. Break, broke. I broke my cup. You broke the rules. He broke the door. They broke my pen. We broke the toy. No becomes new. No, new. I knew the answer. You knew the trick. He knew her name. They knew the truth. We knew the rules. Find becomes found. Find, found. I found my keys. You found the clue. He found the cat. They found a cave. We found the path. Say becomes said. Say, said. I said my name. You said it wrong. He said hello. They said goodbye. We said too much. Buy becomes bought. Buy, bought. I bought a hat. You bought some bread. He bought a gift. They bought new shoes. We bought a bike. Meet becomes met. Meet, met. I met her there. You met his dad. He met a chef. They met the team. We met at noon. Run becomes ran. Run, ran. I ran outside. You ran too fast. He ran away. They ran for fun. We ran a race. In past tense, sleep becomes slept. Sleep, slept. Sleep, slept. I slept all day. You slept too late. He slept at home. They slept on it. We slept on time. Speak, spoke. Speak, spoke. I spoke too soon. You spoke so well. He spoke to us. They spoke in class. We spoke out loud. Drive becomes drove. Drive, drove. I drove to work. You drove all night. He drove too slow. They drove a van. We drove together. Feel becomes felt. Feel, felt. I felt so cold. You felt the wind. He felt upset. They felt unsure. We felt alive. When, won. When becomes won. I won the prize. You won the bet. He won the race. They won the game. We won again. Catch, caught. Catch becomes caught. I caught a bug. You caught the ball. He caught a cold. They caught the train. We caught the thief. Choose, chose. Choose, chose. I chose the red one. You chose too fast. He chose his seat. They chose to wait. We chose to stay. Teach, taught. Teach, taught. I taught her math. You taught me well. He taught the kids. They taught us chess. We taught a class. Fall, fell. Fall, fell. I fell asleep. You fell so hard. He fell from bed. They fell in love. We fell again. Sing, sang, sing, sang. I sang a song. You sang with joy. He sang too loud. They sang off key. We sang at lunch. Draw, drew, draw, drew. I drew a star. You drew a cat. He drew the sun. They drew a plan. We drew on paper. Hide, hid, hide, hid. I hid my gift. You hid too well. He hid behind. They hid the toy. We hid our snacks. Ride, rode, ride, rode. I rode a horse. You rode a bike. He rode with us. They rode all day. We rode to town. Grow becomes grew. Grow, grew. I grew so fast. You grew tall too. He grew a beard. They grew some beans. We grew fresh herbs. Hold, held, hold, held. I held my breath. You held my hand. We held the door. They held a sign. We held a vote. Begin, began, begin, began. I began to cry. You began too soon. He began to yell. They began the game. We began to run. Ring, rang, ring, rang. I rang the bell. You rang again. He rang the door. They rang it twice. We rang for help. Throw through, throw through. I threw the ball. You threw too hard. He threw a rock. They threw their hats. We threw some snow. Bite, bit, bite, bit. I bit my lip. You bit the gum. He bit his tongue. They bit the bait. We bit the cake. Blow becomes blue. Blow, blue. I blew my nose. You blew a kiss. He blew the horn. They blew balloons. We blew away. Swim, swam, swim, swam. I swam a lap. You swam too far. He swam in cold. They swam all day. We swam together. Cost, 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 cost. I cost too much. You cost us time. He cost the team. They cost the win. We cost a lot. Steal, stole, steal, stole. I stole a glance. You stole my pen. He stole the ring. They stole the cash. We stole the show. Shake, shook, shake, shook. I shook the jar. You shook my hand. He shook with fear. They shook the tree. We shook the box. Light lit, light lit. I lit a match. You lit the fire. He lit the room. They lit some candles. We lit the path. In past tense, leave becomes left. Leave, left. Leave, left. I left at noon. You left your coat. He left the team. They left the door. We left too soon. Sell, sold. Sell, sold. I sold my bike. You sold the bag. He sold his car. They sold the land. We sold it fast. Almost done. Don't stop now. Lend, lent. Lend, lent. I lent my book. You lent him cash. He lent a hand. They lent the tent. We lent our time. Rise, rose, rise, rose. I rose at dawn. You rose too late. He rose and left. They rose to lead. We rose in ranks. Stick, stuck, stick, stuck. I stuck a note. You stuck the tape. He stuck with me. They stuck to rules. We stuck together. Tear, tore, tear, tore. I tore my shirt. You tore the page. He tore the tag. They tore the sign. We tore the flag. Fight, fought, fight, fought. I fought my fear. You fought so hard. He fought the man. They fought last night. We fought for fun. Freeze, froze, freeze, froze. I froze my toes. You froze my soup. He froze in fear. They froze the meat. We froze outside. Where, war, where, war. I wore my suit. You wore new shoes. He wore a tie. They wore black hats. We wore our pens. All right, guys. Here's the last one. Wake, woke. Wake, woke. I woke at 6. You woke the dog. He woke me up. They woke the baby. We woke 2 birds. Thanks for watching. Please watch again. Oh, and like and subscribe. In the first scenario of today's video, we are going to go to a grocery store and check out. In other words, we have some stuff we want to buy. Let's go have a conversation with the cashier. The cashier says, "Did you find everything okay today?" That means, are you good? Were there any issues when you were shopping? Is everything all right? Is everything okay? There are a few different ways we can respond to this. Let's take a look at 3 different things we could say. The cashier says, "Did you find everything okay today?" That means, are you good? Is everything all right? Were there any issues, any problems when you were shopping today? Well, there are lots of ways we could reply to this. Let's take a look at a couple of options. The first thing we could say is, "Yep, everything was good, thanks." Try saying that out loud with me. Let's try it again. "Yep, everything was good, thanks." Yeah, yep, that just means yes, everything was good, it's all good, everything's fine, no problems, no issues, thanks, thank you, right? Here's another thing we could say, here's option 2. "Yeah, I found everything I needed, no problem." Try saying that with me. "Yeah, I found everything I needed, no problem." So, all the stuff you were looking for, you found it. There's no issue here. Here's another thing we could say, option 3. "I did. Thanks for asking." Cashier says, "Are you paying with cash or card?" So what are you going to use to pay for the things you want to buy today? Are you going to use cash or are you going to use a credit card? Here are some options. We can say, "I'll use my card. Thanks." Say that with me. "I'll use my card, thanks." Or we could say, "Just a card today." Yeah, sort of a more native way of saying this. Just a card today. Just a card today. Or, very simply, we could say, "Cash, please." Cash, please. Next, the cashier asks us, "Do you have a loyalty card with us?" What's that? A loyalty card is a special program that the grocery store offers where if you sign up, maybe you can get some discounts, but maybe you have to share your email, maybe you have to share your address, a couple of pieces of information, right? How do we respond to this? Well, one thing we could say is, "No, I don't. I'm all good on that. Thanks." Say that with me, this part here. "I'm all good on that. Thanks." I'm all good on that. Thanks. What does that mean? That means I'm not interested. It's not for me. It's not for me. Thank you. But maybe you do want to sign up for the loyalty card. You could say, "I don't actually. I've been meaning to get one. Go ahead and sign me up." Say that with me. "I don't actually. I've been meaning to get one. Go ahead and sign me up." That means let's do it. I'm ready to get a loyalty card. Let's start the process. Next, the cashier asks us, "Would you like paper or plastic?" What are they talking about? A bag, right? The things we bought, the cashier is going to give them to a bagger who's going to put them in bags for us, right? So they want to know, do we want paper bags? Do we want plastic bags? How do we respond to this? The first thing we could say is, "I'll go with paper, please." Say that with me. "I'll go with paper, please." "I'll go with" just means I'd like to choose paper. If you want plastic, you could say, "I'll go with plastic." plastic. Another response is plastic's fine, thanks. Plastic's fine. Right, if something's fine, then that means that works for you. That's what you want. Paper's fine. I want paper. Plastic's fine. I want plastic. Or maybe you have your own bag. You could say, I have my own bag, but thank you. Or I've got my own bag, or I brought my own bag, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. Next, the cashier asks us, would you like to donate to charity today? What is that? Donate to charity. Basically, would you like to give some money to an organization that helps people in need? Yeah, maybe this company takes your money, gives it to homeless people or people without food, people without water, something like this, right? So you can make a donation if you would like to. How do we respond to this? The first thing you could say is, not today, maybe next time. Yeah, not today. I'm not interested this time. Maybe next time. Yeah, next time, who knows? I could be interested. Another thing you could say is, sure, I'm happy to do that. Sure, that's fine. Sure, I'd like to do that. And last, you could say, I'm good, but I'll think about it next time. Yeah, I'm good. If you say I'm good, that means it's not for me. I'm not interested, right? I'm good on that. I'm good, but I'll think about it next time, or I'll think about it for next time. The cashier finishes checking us out and they say, you're all set. Have a great day. What's you're all set? That means you're good to go. We're finished here. You're free to leave. We're all done, right? So how do we reply? We can say, you too, thanks. Yeah, they said, have a great day, so we want to reciprocate. We want to say that back to them, right? We say, you too, thanks. Or we could say, thanks, enjoy your day. Or we could say, appreciate you, have a good one. I love this response. It's very native, very colloquial. If you tell someone, appreciate you, that means thanks for your hard work. Thanks for your hard work. Have a good one. A good one. That means have a good day. In our second scenario, we are headed to the doctor's office. He's going to ask us some questions. Let's see how we can respond. So we're in the doctor's office. Maybe a nurse has already come in and asked us some information. She wants to know what's going on. She leaves. The doctor comes in, right? The doctor says, what seems to be the problem today? What seems to be the problem? In other words, what's going on? What's the issue? What's the problem? There are, of course, many ways to respond to this. One way of responding is, I've been feeling a bit dizzy and tired lately. Dizzy. Yeah, you feel a little bit unsteady on your feet. Dizzy. You feel like, ooh, I might even fall down. I might even pass out. And of course, tired, we're familiar with this word, right? I've been feeling a bit dizzy and tired lately. A bit just means a little bit, right? How about the second thing we could say? I've had this constant headache for a few days now. A constant headache is a headache that won't let up. It won't let up. It won't go away. It is going and going and going for a few days. Ooh, this is not good. Practice saying this with me. I've had this constant headache for a few days now. Another thing we could say is, I've been having trouble sleeping and feeling stressed. Okay, so yeah, if you've been having trouble doing something, that means this thing has been hard for you to do, right? So sleeping. I've been having trouble sleeping. In other words, sleeping has been difficult for me. Have you been having trouble finding the like button? Go find it right now and make sure you click on it. Next, the doctor asks us, when did these symptoms start? Yeah, symptoms. What is a symptom? Very simply put, a symptom is what's going on with you. What's wrong? Like a headache could be a symptom. A fever could be a symptom. A sore throat could be a symptom. You could say it all started around 3 days ago or 4 or 5 days ago. It all started around, it all began about this time, right? You could also say, I've been feeling this way for about a week now. Say that with me. I've been feeling this way for about a week now. This has been going on for approximately or about 1 week. We could also say, I think it started last weekend, but it's been steadily getting worse. Steadily getting worse. It's been going like this, getting worse and worse and worse. Progressively getting worse, we could also say. Next up, the doctor says, have you had any changes in your diet or routine recently? I think we know diet, right? Like what you eat, what you drink, but what about this word routine? Are we familiar with this word? Routine is like how you go about your day, what time you wake up, what do you do in the morning, what do you do in the afternoon, in the evening, where do you go, what time do you go to sleep, these sorts of things. You could say not really about your diet and routine, right? It's been the same old for me. I love this expression, so colloquial, so native. It's been the same old for me. Practice saying this with me. Not really. It's been the same old for me. That means it's business as usual. Nothing new is going on. It's the same old routine, the same old diet. I haven't made any changes. It's the same old. Something else you could say, I've been working more hours lately, but no changes in my diet. So here, the routine has changed. The diet hasn't changed. I've been working more hours lately. Okay, so they are working more hours. We could also say putting in more hours at work. I've been putting in more hours at work lately, but as far as my diet goes, is concerned, no changes. There haven't been any changes. We could also say, I've been trying to live healthier, but honestly, I've been pretty stressed out. Trying to live healthier, trying to make healthier choices, healthier decisions, but honestly, I've been pretty stressed out. Honestly, to be honest with you, I've been pretty stressed out. We could also say, frankly, I've been pretty stressed out. If you preface something with honestly or frankly, it means let me speak my mind. I'm going to tell you how I really feel. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm going to tell you directly what's going on. The doctor asks us, do you have any allergies or medical conditions I should know about? Are you allergic to anything? Are you allergic to any foods or any materials, anything like this? Are there any medical conditions I should know about? Tell me a little bit about your medical history, right? Is there anything important I should know? If you have an allergy, you can say, I'm allergic to penicillin or whatever it is. If you have no allergies, you say, no allergies. Or you could say, no allergies here, but I do have asthma, breathing problems, right? Asthma. Or you could say, I don't have any conditions. There's nothing in my medical history you should know about, but I get occasional migraines. Occasional. So every so often, I will get a migraine. A migraine is like a splitting headache, a very intense headache, very painful headache. The doctor says, are you taking any medications right now? Are you on any medicine? Are you taking any medications? He needs to know about this because if he's going to prescribe you some new medication, he wants to make sure it doesn't clash. It doesn't mix poorly with the old medication, right? So you could say, just some over-the-counter painkillers for my headaches. Over-the-counter. Some over-the-counter painkillers. That means you did not need to go to a doctor and get a prescription for these painkillers. They're probably not very strong. You just went to your local drugstore and bought them over the counter at your local drugstore. Yeah, they're probably pretty low-grade painkillers, not very strong. You could say, I'm on some blank medicine, right? I'm on some what medicine? Some heart medicine, some weight loss medicine, some allergy medicine. We can say, I'm on some what medicine? But that's it. Yeah, that's all I'm on. That's all I'm on. You could also say, no medications. I don't usually take anything. No medications here. Nothing to report. Nothing to report. That means I don't have anything I need to tell you about. The doctor says, have you traveled recently or been exposed to anyone sick? Basically, have you been somewhere far away or have you been around someone who was sick? Have you been exposed to them? Well, what could we say here? We could say, I traveled last month, but no one around me has been sick. We could say, I haven't traveled, but my coworkers have all been coughing a lot. This one is true for me in real life. I haven't traveled, I haven't been anywhere, but at my work, my coworkers have all been coughing a lot. They've been coughing constantly. They've been coughing non-stop, right? Without stopping. It's been making me nervous. I don't want to get sick too. You could also say, no to the travel, and I'm not aware of anyone being sick. Here's a very native way to answer this. No to the travel. With regards to the travel, you mentioned travel, right? No to that. No to the travel, and I'm not aware of anyone being sick. Thinking about it, I can't think of anyone I know who's gotten sick recently. The doctor asks us, do you smoke or drink alcohol? How do we reply? Well, you could say, I don't smoke, but I do drink socially on weekends. What is drink socially? If you drink alcohol socially, that means you don't get off work, go home, and drink by yourself, right? You don't really drink at home. You don't really drink by yourself. But if you go out to dinner with friends, they're having drinks, maybe you have drinks too. You drink socially. You could say, I don't smoke and I rarely drink. I rarely drink. I almost never drink. You could say, I smoke a little, but I don't touch alcohol. Love this expression. I don't touch the stuff. What about you guys? Are you smokers? Are you drinkers? Or maybe you never touch the stuff? Let me know down in the comments section. Well, the doctor just has one more question for us. They say, how would you rate your stress levels on a scale of 1 to 10? Or we could say on a scale from 1 to 10. From 1 to 10, how stressed out would you say you've been? One response is, I'd say about a blank. Yeah, I'd say about a 7. I've been pretty stressed lately. Or you could say, maybe just a 2 or 3 or so. It's been manageable. Love this response. Maybe just a 2 or 3 or so. It's been manageable. Try saying that with me. Ready? Maybe just a 2 or 3 or so. It's been manageable. Manageable. That means I've been able to handle it. I've been able to deal with it. Yes, it's there. Yes, it's annoying, but it's nothing I can't handle. It's nothing I can't deal with. We could also say maybe a 4, but it's been affecting my sleep and energy throughout the day for sure. No doubt. Without a doubt, it's been affecting my sleep and energy throughout the day. It's had an impact on my sleep and energy throughout the day. Try saying this with me one more time. Maybe a 4, but it's been affecting my sleep and energy throughout the day for sure. The last thing the doctor says to us is, all right, I'll run some tests and get back to you with the results. He or she is going to run some tests. Yeah, go do a bit of lab work. Go try and figure out what's going on and get back to you with the results. Get back to you. So you will hear back from them later. First, they need to go run some tests. How do we respond to this? We could say, sounds good. Thanks for your help. Sounds good. Sounds good to me. No problems here. Sounds good. Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, I appreciate it. Let me know if you need anything else from me. Yeah, just let me know. Just let me know what else you need from me. Or we could say, really appreciate your time. Yeah, native speakers might not say, I really appreciate your time. They might cut out the I. Just say, really appreciate your time. Here we are at scenario 3. Let's take a job interview. We're going to hear some questions from the interviewer or the person giving us an interview. Let's see how we can reply or respond to these questions. Let's go. The interviewer begins with a very tough and tricky question. Tell me a little about yourself. Now, this may seem like a simple question, but it's kind of hard to know how to respond to this, right? There's so many things you could say, so many ways you could go about responding to this. Here's one way. You can say, sure, yeah, sure, I'm happy to tell you about myself. I'm originally from... What country are you from? I'm originally from the United States, for example, and I've been working in what industry for the last how many years, for example, and I've been working in the film industry for the last 5 years. I've been working in the medical industry for the last 10 years, right? I'd say I enjoy challenges and learning new skills. Maybe mention something you enjoy, something you like to do. You could even throw in a hobby. Yeah, I enjoy challenges. I enjoy new skills. Oh, also, on the weekends, I like to go fly fishing. I love the challenge of fly fishing. Mention a couple details about yourself. Why don't you pause the video and try saying this out loud as if you were really in an interview? Go ahead. Next, the interviewer asks us, why do you want to work here? Ooh, tough question. We don't want to say the wrong thing here. One possible response is, I've heard great things about your company's culture and how it values innovation. Ooh, some big words here. Try saying that first sentence with me. I've heard great things about your company's culture and how it values innovation. Okay, so we've heard great things about the company's culture, what it's like to work at the company, the way people are treated at the company. We can say, we've heard good things about this, right? We've also heard great things about how the company values innovation. Innovation, what does that mean? If you innovate, then you come up with new ideas. So innovation is coming up with new ideas, and the company really values this. They value new ideas and creativity, right? I think my skill set would click well with your team. Love this sentence here. Say it with me. I think my skill set would click well with your team. My skill set. Yeah, my set of skills, the things I can do well, that would click well with your team. Click well with them. It would fit in well with them, right? In other words, I would be a good fit with your team, especially because of the things I can do, especially because of my skill set. Another tough question here. The interviewer says, tell me about your strengths. In other words, give me more information about the things you do well. Tell me more. Whew, this really depends on you and what you're good at, but let's take a look at this response here. I'm a strong communicator. I communicate well, and I've always been a big team player. I work well as part of a team. I work well on a team. I really do believe collaboration leads to the best outcomes. So I really do truly think that collaboration or working together on a team, collaboration, working together, or we could say cooperation, right, leads to the best outcomes. In other words, if you collaborate, good things will happen. There will be great outcomes, positive outcomes. The interviewer says, "Can you tell me one of your weaknesses?" Ooh, this could be a trap, right? We don't want to say too big of a weakness, like, "Oh, I get really tired after 2 p.m." Right? That wouldn't be good. "Oh, sometimes I like to steal things at the office." Don't say something like that. We want to be honest, but we don't want to be brutally honest, right? We don't want to be too honest. Here's something you could say. "I've sometimes struggled with delegating tasks." We'll talk about that in a second. "But I've been working on improving my trust in others and sharing the workload." So if you delegate tasks, then you hand out tasks to other people. You say, "Hey, I'm working on this. How about you tackle this part? How about you tackle this part? How about you take care of this part of the project? I'm going to give this responsibility to you. And you can take care of this part. You can take care of this part." That's delegating tasks, right? A task is like something to do. So this person is saying, "I sometimes struggle with doing that because I want to do it all myself." This would be a great weakness to share in an interview, because what you're really saying is that I am great at what I do. I work hard, right? If I could do it myself, everything would be perfect. And I don't really want to hand these out to other people, these tasks, because I'm worried that they're gonna mess it up, whereas I could do an amazing job, right? So it's kind of a humble brag here. A humble brag. It sounds like you're saying a bad thing about yourself, but really you're saying a good thing about yourself. "But I've been working on improving my trust in others and sharing the workload." Okay? So we don't want to just say a problem and then stop there. We want to let the interviewer know that we have been working on this problem, working on improving ourselves, right? So you can say, "I've been working on improving whatever it is, improving my trust in others. I've been working on sharing the workload," the amount of work, right? Next, the interviewer asks us a classic interview question. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Looking into the future, 5 years. Where do you want to be? How do you see your life 5 years from now? You could say, "I'd love to grow within the company," or "I'd love to develop myself within the company," taking on more responsibilities and contributing to long-term projects. So you want to contribute. You want to give yourself to or lend your help to long-term projects. Here's a very touchy subject, This answer might be a little sensitive for some people, right? The interviewer asks, "Why did you leave your previous job?" Yeah, what was your reason for leaving? Here's one response. "I felt that I had reached a plateau," great word, "in my previous role and was looking for new challenges and opportunities to grow." Yeah, maybe at work you feel like you're growing. You're on an upwards trajectory. You're going up and up, but then you kind of plateau. You don't feel like you're growing anymore, right? You just stop growing. So that's one thing you could mention. Yeah, I felt that I had reached a plateau, or we could use it as a verb. I felt that I had plateaued. At my previous job, my previous role, and I was looking for new challenges. I wanted opportunities to grow, chances to develop myself further. We're getting towards the end of the interview here, and the interviewer asks us, "How do you handle stress? How do you deal with stress or tight deadlines?" For example, "I need this project finished by the end of the month, no exceptions. If it's not finished by the end of the month, you are going to be in big trouble," right? That's a tight deadline. "I need this by this date." Okay, here's one thing we could say about handling stress, handling tight deadlines. You can say, I prioritize tasks, stay organized, and focus on one thing at a time. I find that staying calm and sorting issues item by item helps me manage stress. So the key word here is prioritize. Great word. Basically, if you prioritize tasks, then you make a decision. What needs to happen first? What is the most important? I'll do that first. What's the second most important? I'll do that second, right? What's the third most important? I'll do that third. So being able to prioritize, being able to say, this is most important, this is second, this is third, that is a valuable skill. And it's something we can mention. Say this again with me, guys. I prioritize tasks, stay organized, and focus on one thing at a time. This has my focus. Now this has my focus. I find that staying calm and sorting issues item by item or one by one helps me manage stress, helps me deal with stress. Now, the interviewer might finish this interview, might end this interview by saying, do you have any questions for us? And hopefully you prepared something beforehand, but if you didn't prepare anything, here are two options. You could say, yes, can you tell me more about the team I'll be working with or I will be working with? Tell me more about the team. I'd like to learn more about who I'll be working with. I'd like to learn more about the team I'll be placed on. You could also say, I'll be placed on a team. What are they like? Tell me more about this team. Say it with me one more time. Yes, can you tell me more about the team I'll be working with? Another thing we could say is, what does success look like in this role or in this position, in this job? And how do you measure it? Fantastic question. You'll probably get the job if you ask this question, to be honest with you. What does success look like in this role? In other words, you tell me, if somebody were to do this job totally successfully, what would that look like? And how do you measure this success? Do you measure it by amount of something sold? Do you measure it by, number of meetings you show up to, something like this? How do you measure this success? Our first question for today is, what is your favorite hobby? Yeah, your favorite pastime, your favorite thing to do for fun. I'll go first. I'm going to try to use this expression, time flies, meaning time passes quickly. In my response, here I go. When I was a little kid, I loved building models. Yeah, that was my favorite hobby, and time would really fly as I did so. Time would pass so quickly. I loved building these Japanese models. There's a kind of model called a Gundam model, and I was so into it as a kid. So into it. I was really interested in it. As an adult, I still like building models, but now things are a little different. My wife, she works at Lego. Yeah, the toy company Lego. So every now and then, she gets a free set of Legos to bring home. When she does so, I love to build them. Yeah, I have a Legend of Zelda Lego set. I have a car Lego set, a Porsche. I have all sorts of different Lego sets. So that's my favorite hobby, and time still flies when I build those sets. All right, guys, that was my response. That was my demonstration of how to respond to this question. Now it's your turn. If you don't know how to answer this question, you can mention your hobby, say what it is, why you enjoy it. Yeah, give some reasons for why you love doing this thing so much. Maybe talk about how often you do it. Yeah, the frequency of doing it. Do you do it every day, once a week? How often do you get a chance to do this hobby of yours? If you want an extra challenge, you can try to use time flies, meaning that time is passing quickly when you are doing something, right? So here's an example. Reading is my favorite hobby because it's so relaxing and time flies when I get into a good book. Yeah, sometimes when we are really caught up in the moment, caught up in the process of doing one of our hobbies, time seems to go so fast. So that's how we can use this expression. I'm going to give you 1 minute of time. Really try and push yourself to talk all the way through that minute. Just fill the whole thing up. If you make a mistake, don't worry about it. Just keep going. All right, go ahead. Moving on to question number 2. How do you usually spend your weekends? In other words, what do you usually do on the weekend? I'm going to go first, and I'm going to try to use this expression, recharge your batteries. Basically, it means to rest and regain energy. Maybe you've had a busy week, a really stressful work week, and you want to find a way to rest and regain energy on the weekend. You want to find a way to recharge your batteries. All right, here's my minute. Here I go. I have kind of a weird situation with my work week because I only work on the weekends. Yeah, I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, teaching English in person, and then Monday through Thursday, I do YouTube. Yeah, I work online. So my schedule is the reverse of most people's schedule, right? So that being said, it's true that I never really feel like I have a chance to recharge my batteries. I don't really have a day off, right? I'm always working. That being said, if I do have a free day, something I really like to do is play video games. There's a game I've been playing for, oh man, almost 20 years called World of Warcraft, and I love to play this game. I love to go to the gym. Yeah, that's how I recharge my batteries. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Take that minute, talk about what you typically do on weekends, and maybe why it's your favorite way to relax. Here's one more example of recharge your batteries. I like going for long walks on weekends because it helps me recharge my batteries. Okay, I'm going to give you guys 1 minute to talk. Try to push all the way through. Go for it. Question number 3 for us to talk about and discuss today is do you prefer indoor or outdoor activities, right? So, what we're going to talk about is sharing our preference. What do you prefer? If you had a choice in the matter, what would you choose, right? So, do you like to do stuff indoors or outdoors? Talk about why. Give an example of an activity that you enjoy. I'm going to go first. Here's my minute, and I'm going to try and use a breath of fresh air, meaning something refreshing or new, in my minute. All right, here I go. You know, before I met my wife, I was really an indoor person. I think to a fault, kind of in a bad way. I was an indoor person, right? And man, if I wasn't working, I would really spend all of my time inside, binge watching TV shows, binge watching Netflix, playing video games. I was really a homebody, meaning that I spent most of my time by myself at home in my house, right? So meeting my wife was really a breath of fresh air. It was something really refreshing and new for me because she is an outdoor person and she kind of pulled me out of my comfort zone, pushed me out into the world, and we started to try lots of new things together. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Answer this question. Do you prefer indoor or outdoor activities? And try to use a breath of fresh air somewhere in your response. Go ahead. Question number 4 for us today. Have you tried a new hobby recently? Yeah, maybe in the past couple weeks, the past couple months. We could even say this year. Have you taken up a new hobby? Or we could say, have you picked up a new hobby? Have you started a new hobby? Yeah, tried something new, right? So talk about the hobby, what inspired you to try it, how you felt about it, right? And if you haven't picked up a new hobby, maybe you can talk about why you haven't picked up a new hobby, right? I'm going to try and use step out of your comfort zone, meaning to try something new or challenging in my 1-minute response. Here I go. As I mentioned previously, as I was talking about earlier, you know, I'm not the kind of person to step out of my comfort zone too often. Yes, I will do it occasionally, but, you know, typically I like sticking to my routines. I like doing the same old thing that I always do, whether it's playing video games or reading books or, you know, this or that. I like my routines and I'm not really big on trying new things. Now, that being said, you know, my wife is always trying new things, and recently she convinced me to try gardening with her. So we got some potted plants, we got some green onion and some mint and some arugula, and we are growing them. Yeah, we are giving them water every day, and that's something that I've tried recently, and I've stepped out of my comfort zone a bit. Okay, guys, that was my minute. Now it's your minute to talk. go ahead, tell me about, have you tried a new hobby recently? Have you tried something new? And if you can, try to use this expression, step out of your comfort zone. Go for it. You guys are doing fantastic. Question number 5. Do you think hobbies are important for children? Okay, so we're going to share our opinion, we're going to explain our opinion, and we're going to give some examples of hobbies that might benefit kids. In other words, what are some hobbies that would be good for kids to try? Maybe they are educational. Maybe they can help kids develop physically. Stuff like this. And I want you to try and use build character in your response. Ooh, I love this expression. If something builds character, then that means it develops important life skills or values. Here's an example. Hobbies help kids build character by teaching them patience and creativity. Yeah, so if something is educational, if it helps you grow, if it helps you become more mature, right, then we can say that it builds character. Absolutely. I think that hobbies are not just important for kids, but critically important for kids. I think trying new things in general, is great for people. Not just young people, but middle-aged people and older people as well, elderly people, right? I think that no matter where you are at in life, being willing to put yourself out there, step out of your comfort zone, and try new things, that is such an important part of life. I think, there's this expression in English, get busy living or get busy dying. And I think it's really, really important. So if you can get your kids signed up for sports or art classes, or just ask them about their interests, I think any of these things will build character and help them develop. That was my response. Now it's your turn, guys. Do you think hobbies are important for children? Push yourself through that minute. Try to use build character somewhere in your response. Go for it. Question number 6. Is there a hobby you've always wanted to try but haven't tried yet, right? So mention the hobby, why you're interested in it, and maybe any challenges that have stopped you from trying it. Yeah, why haven't you tried it? Is there something that is stopping you from trying it? Now, a really fantastic expression to use here would be something is on your bucket list. If something's on your bucket list, that means it's something you want to do or achieve in your life. For example, learning to surf is on my bucket list because it looks so exciting. So if there's something you want to do before you die, but you haven't had a chance to do it yet, we can say it's on your bucket list. You know, I am a pretty fortunate guy, a pretty lucky guy, in the sense that I have done a lot. I'm 30 years old. I feel that I have done a lot of traveling, for example. In my 20s, I did a lot of traveling here in Asia. I went to China. I went to Japan and Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines. I went all over, India, Sri Lanka. I did a lot of traveling. I wrote books. I published children's books. Now I'm making YouTube videos. I've really seen a lot in my 30 years, and I've tried a lot of different things. However, there are still plenty of things left to do on my bucket list, and one of them is skydiving. Yeah, I think at some point this is something I want to try, even though it's terrifying. I would say that skydiving is on my bucket list. That was my minute. Now it's your turn. Tell me, is there a hobby you've always wanted to try? Something that is on your bucket list? Take your minute and push through. Go ahead. Here's an interesting question. Number 7, do you prefer doing hobbies alone or with others? So share your preference, what you prefer, talk about why you feel that way, and of course, give examples, okay? So if you are more of a loner when it comes to hobbies, a loner, you like to do things alone, give an example of a hobby that fits you doing it alone. If you prefer to do things with friends or other people, then give an example of that kind of hobby. For an extra challenge, you can try and use the best of both worlds, a really fantastic expression, meaning enjoying two different things at once. Another example might be that I love to paint, and I'm really passionate about painting. But I also want to spend more time with my wife, and it feels like I'm struggling to do both of these things. Well, maybe I sign us up for a couples painting class. That really feels like the best of both worlds because I get to paint, which I love to do, and I get to spend time with my wife as well. A similar expression might be two birds, one stone. Now, I definitely do love spending time with my friends. We will go out and have some beers, go hang out and catch up and talk, right? But unfortunately, a lot of the hobbies that I'm interested in do not interest them. Yeah, they're more into sports, they're more into poker, they're more into, different TV shows that I like. And so there's not a lot of crossover as far as our interests go, as far as our hobbies go. We mostly just sit around and drink beer and talk about our week, right? So as far as my hobbies go, I would say that I'm more of a loner. Yeah, when I play video games, when I'm writing my stories, these are things I like to do alone. Now, if I could find a video game club where people meet up and game together, then that would definitely be the best of both worlds. All right, that was my response. Now it's your turn. Do you prefer doing hobbies alone or with others? Let me know your thoughts and try to use the best of both worlds in your response. Go for it. Question number 8. How do you make time for your hobbies? Yeah, make time. Most of us are busy adults with lots of responsibilities, and some of us have children, we have work, we have pets to look after and take care of. So, in this busy lifestyle, how do you make time for your hobbies? How do you create a space for them in your life? You can talk about how you fit hobbies into your busy schedule. Schedule would be a great word to use here, and I love this. Talk about why it's important to make a space for your hobbies. What will happen if you don't have some time to relax and enjoy yourself, right? A fantastic expression to use here is make it a priority, to treat something as being very important. For example, I make it a priority to set aside an hour every evening for yoga. It helps me stay balanced. Okay, so for this person, they make yoga a priority. They treat yoga as being something very important, and they make sure to create a space for it in their life, right? There is no doubt in my mind, no doubt in my mind that hobbies are so important, and prioritizing hobbies, making them a priority in your life is so critically necessary, so critically important. That's because if you don't make time for hobbies, if you don't make time and create a space for the things you are passionate about in your life, you will burn out. Quite simply, you will burn out if you are pushing yourself too hard, pushing your limits too far, working all the time, stressed out all the time. You are going to burn out. That is not sustainable. It's not sustainable, right? You can't keep doing it forever. So, not only to have fun, but also for your mental health, making time for hobbies is so important. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Push yourself, take that minute, and try to make it a priority somewhere in your response. Go ahead. Question number 9. What's the most unusual hobby you've heard of? Yeah, maybe one of your friends has a hobby that's very strange, very bizarre, very unusual, very seldom seen, right? Not a lot of people do it. So describe the hobby, talk about where you learned about it, and what makes it unique. What makes it unusual? What makes it special? What makes it different, right? A fantastic expression to use here is one of a kind. If something's one of a kind, then it's completely unique or special. Here's an example. I once met someone who collected vintage typewriters. It's such a one-of-a-kind hobby, meaning that this interest, this hobby of collecting vintage typewriters, vintage means old, right? Maybe a collector's item. This is really special. It's really different. It's really unusual. It's very unique. It's one of a kind. Now, I have to be honest. Me and my friend group, we don't really have any one-of-a-kind hobbies. We don't really do anything that's that special or different or unique or unusual. As I was talking about earlier, me personally, I like to play video games and read books, and I think that's pretty typical. I think that's pretty normal. A lot of my friends, they watch sports on TV, they play poker. When we get together, we will drink beer and talk about the week. So none of this seems that unusual. None of this seems that strange. I'm really curious about what you guys have to say. Maybe you can leave me a comment down in the comment section talking about a friend or family member with a truly one-of-a-kind hobby, because now I'm curious. All right, that was my response. Now it's your turn. Go for it. Okay, my friends, here we are at question number 10, the final question for today's video. Before we get into this, I would like to ask you a quick favor. If you're still watching, make sure you click that like button and maybe leave me a comment saying more like this if you want me to make more of this style, this kind of video. My channel is still pretty small, and any support you guys give me goes a very long way, believe me. So thank you guys for all of your support, and let's tackle this final question. This is a really deep question. Yeah, there's a lot of depth to this question. How has your free time changed over the years? Your free time, the time that is available to you for relaxation and pursuing your interests, following your passions, right? So talk about how your hobbies or interests have evolved. How have they changed, and why have they changed? Maybe you don't have as much time as you used to. Maybe you have more time than you used to. A really wonderful expression to use here is grow out of it. If you grow out of something, then you lose interest in that thing as you get older, as you change, as you mature. When I was younger, I loved collecting action figures, but I grew out of it as I got older. For me personally, I know that the way I spend my free time has changed dramatically over the years. I think I've grown up a lot. I think I've grown out of my old habits quite a bit. You know, when I was in my early 20s, I would spend a lot of time gaming. I would wake up in the morning, drink my coffee, play video games all day if it was my day off. And nowadays, that feels like kind of a waste of time. Any kind of time off from work is precious to me. I want to use that time to advance my career and specifically to grow my YouTube channel. Yeah, so typically nowadays, if I have some time off from work, I work on my YouTube channel, I make videos, I still try to find some time for rest and relaxation, R&R as well, but I think I'm a bit more career focused these days. This is a tough question to answer, guys, but try your best. Take that minute, talk all the way through. Tell me about how your free time has changed over the years, and if you can, try to use grow out of it. Grow out of something as an expression. Go ahead. I would like to end this video with a huge thanks to my channel members, the people who have clicked the join button here on YouTube, or the people who have gone to my Patreon and become a member there. My members make my work possible. I could not do what I do without my members. So thank you guys so much. And if you are not a member, you should consider becoming one. By becoming a member, you get PDFs for all of my videos. You get hours and hours of bonus videos. In fact, I just put out a brand new 40-minute long bonus video last week. Sometimes you also get early access to videos. You support me as well. And most importantly, by becoming a member, you are making an investment in yourself as an English speaker, an investment in your future as an English speaker. So join today. It's only the price of a cup of coffee. If you are going to be fluent in English, then you need to be able to talk about anything at any time, any place. That's exactly what we are going to learn how to do in today's video. Here we have our first random topic, reading at the beach. You can talk about weather while you read at the beach, activities, things that people are doing, sights, things you can see, company, who is with you at the beach. If this is something you have really done before, then you can talk about that, or maybe you can talk about whether or not this would be enjoyable for you. And here is our target expression. You can try and use this in your response for bonus points. Zone out. Zone out. What does it mean to zone out? If you zone out, you become so relaxed or focused that you forget everything else. Here is an example sentence. Whenever I read at the beach, I tend to zone out and forget all my worries. So this person, because they are so sucked into, so engrossed in reading at the beach, they tend to zone out. They become so relaxed that they forget about everything else. I will go first. Here's my 1-minute demonstration of how to speak on the spot about this topic. When I was a little kid, reading at the beach did not interest me whatsoever. I wasn't interested at all in reading at the beach. That's because I wanted to run along the sand. I wanted to make sand castles. I wanted to play volleyball. I wanted to go swimming with my little sister or my friends, right? Kids stuff is what I was interested in. But then I grew older. And now, as a 31-year-old adult, if I had a chance to go to the beach, I would love to read at the beach. I think that sounds really relaxing. I would love to zone out and forget about all my worries, all the stress of work, and all of my responsibilities. I could forget about all of that for an hour and zone out and read at the beach. Okay, that was my demonstration. That was my 1-minute example of how to speak on the spot about reading at the beach. Now it's your turn. Try to push yourself to talk for the full minute. Don't stop talking. Even if you make a mistake, just keep going, and then we will move on to our next random topic. Go ahead. Topic 2 is very random, painting a fence. Yeah, you guys know fences, right? If this is a house, a fence goes around the outside of the home, right? So painting a fence, adding some color to the fence. You can talk about a reason for painting a fence, the difficulty of painting a fence, the duration or how long it takes to paint a fence, the tools you would need, like a paintbrush, and compensation. Compensation. That means how much money would you get paid or want to get paid to paint a fence. The target expression here is a really useful one. Power through. If you power through something, then you push forward and keep going despite difficulties. So it's not easy to keep going, but you keep going anyway. Here's an example sentence. It was scorching hot, but I had to power through and finish painting the fence by evening. I'll go first. Here's my 1-minute demonstration. Go ahead and practice your listening skills as you follow along. Painting a fence does not sound exciting or appealing or interesting to me at all, and I'll tell you why. I remember when I was in college, I had a summer job. Yeah, I had a job, a part-time job over the summer where I helped restore or fix up an old house. Yeah, this old ranch style home. And it was really hard physical work. I was out there in the sun, sweating all day long, whacking weeds, taking care of the trash, and yes, even painting parts of the house. Not the fence, but parts of the house. And it was so hard to power through that I told myself I would never do physical labor ever again. So here I am on YouTube trying to use my brain to make money instead. That was my demonstration. Now it's your turn. Take that minute and speak on the spot about painting a fence. If you can, try to use power through. Go for it. Our third random topic to speak on the spot about today is searching for lost keys. Now, I'm sure we've all been there at some point, right? You can talk about a real time when you lost your keys, or do you often lose things? Do you never lose things? Stuff like this. Here's a great target expression: in a panic. If you are in a panic, then you feel sudden, intense worry or distress. Here's an example sentence. I was in a panic when I couldn't find my keys, tearing my entire house apart looking for them. Searching for lost keys is something I used to do a lot in high school and in college because back then I drove a car. Nowadays, I live in a really big city and I take the subway or I take a taxi, so I don't have keys anymore. And the lock on my home is a digital lock. Yeah, I don't use a key to get into my home, so I haven't carried keys for a very long time. However, just because I don't keep keys on me anymore doesn't mean I'm not always losing things. And just 2 days ago, this is true, I lost my AirPods, my headphones, right? And I was looking for them in a panic. This is a true story. I found them in the washing machine. They'd been washed for 30 minutes, and I was in a total panic about this, but luckily they survived. That was my minute. As you heard, I got a little bit off topic, but that's okay. The most important thing is to keep pushing through that full minute. So now it's your turn. Give it a shot. Speak on the spot about searching for lost keys, and if you can, try to use in a panic. Go for it. Dressing for a job interview is our next random topic. So here's a great target expression: dress to impress. Love this expression. It means to wear clothes that make a strong positive impression. Here's an example. I always dress to impress for an interview because first impressions matter. The first impression you make on someone, right? When you meet them for the first time and they start to form an opinion of you, that matters, right? So that's why it's important to dress to impress. You want to look good for that first impression, right? I'll go first. Here's my minute. So thinking back across all of the different job interviews I've had, the last time I had an in-person job interview was when I was in high school, as crazy as that is. I'm 31 now, and all of my adult jobs, I've interviewed for these jobs online, through Skype, through Zoom, through some kind of video call. And that's a funny thing, because thinking about this idea of dress to impress, for my online interviews, I would dress to impress, but only from the waist up, because that's all the interviewer could see, right? So from the waist up, I would have a nice button up, I'd wear a tie, I'd do my hair, look very put together for the interview, very put together, but from the waist down, it would be sweatpants and slippers. Okay, that was my 1 minute reply. Now it's your turn. Push yourself through that minute. Talk about this idea of dressing for a job interview. How should you dress for a job interview? Or what's your personal experience with dressing for a job interview? And don't forget, try to use this expression, dress to impress. Go ahead. Topic 5 is a really interesting one, backpacking in a new city. You guys know backpacking, right? Like young people go backpacking all the time in their late teens or early 20s. They put everything they're going to need in a big backpack and they go traveling, right? So, if you have some experience with backpacking, you can talk about that. If you want to go backpacking, you can talk about why, etc. Here's another great expression, wing it. Love this, wing it. What does it mean if you wing it? It means you do something without a detailed plan. Yeah, you don't make a bunch of plans beforehand. You just kind of go with the flow and wing it. I decided to wing it and explore the city without a map, discovering amazing hidden spots. So because they didn't have a map, they were winging it. They hadn't really prepared, right? Get ready to practice your listening skills. Here's my minute. Here I go. When I was in my early 20s, I loved the idea of backpacking. I was so into the idea of backpacking, and I did it a lot in Southeast Asia. I went backpacking in India for 2 months. I went backpacking in Sri Lanka. And I went backpacking in Vietnam, in Taiwan, in China, in Japan, Thailand, Philippines. I kind of went all over the place. And this was definitely my travel style. I loved to wing it. Yeah, I didn't like to do tons of research beforehand and plan out exactly what I was going to do in a new place. No, I like to go with the flow. I like to wing it. Yeah, I like to, we could also say, go off the cuff. Yeah, I like to go off the cuff and just let it be a surprise. That was my response. That was my minute. Now it's your turn. Talk for that full minute about backpacking in a new city and try to use wing it if you can. Go for it. Okay, here is a truly random topic, trying a bizarre flavor of ice cream. I don't even know if I've ever done this for real. Here's the target expression, take a leap. What does it mean to take a leap? It means to do something brave or risky, right? So here's an example. I decided to take a leap and order the chili pepper ice cream, which turned out surprisingly tasty. I do love ice cream. In fact, my very first job, the one I mentioned earlier, my first job when I was in high school was working at Haagen-Dazs, scooping ice cream and making ice cream shakes and stuff like that, you know? And I remember my favorite part of the job was clocking out at night because I could take any ice cream I wanted with me. I could take some ice cream to go. And safe to say, there were no bizarre flavors of ice cream at Haagen-Dazs. Yeah, it was all normal. It was all delicious stuff. But even if Haagen-Dazs had a bizarre flavor of ice cream, I think I would have taken a leap and I would have tried it because I really think Haagen-Dazs can do no wrong. Everything they make is delicious, right? They can do no wrong, so I would have taken a leap and tried it. That was my reply. Now it's your turn. Take that minute. Go for it. If you guys are still with me, you are doing an amazing job. Take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back, my friend, because you deserve it. This is great speaking practice and great listening comprehension as well. So keep pushing, push all the way through. Look at this one here. Interesting. Writing a letter to your future self. Okay, so think about this. If you were going to write a letter to your future self, you know, for example, right now I'm 31, right? Maybe I want to write a letter to 50-year-old Connor or 60, 70, 80-year-old Connor and ask some questions, right? What would I say? What would I want to ask? Here's a great target expression. Pour your heart into it. If you pour your heart into something, then you put genuine emotion and I would say effort into something. For example, when writing to my future self, I really poured my heart into it, sharing my hopes and fears. So this person is being very vulnerable. They are willing to show a bit of weakness. They're being vulnerable, making themselves vulnerable, sharing their fears, sharing their hopes. They're really opening up and they're really pouring their heart into it, right? If I was going to write a letter to my future self, what would I include in the letter? Notice how I'm using this conditional tense, right? If and would. If I was going to do that, I would want to know about my marriage. That's the first thing I would want to ask about. You know, I'm newly married this year, and I would want to know, am I still with the person that I love, right? And how is the marriage? Do we have kids? Do we own a home? Are we happy? You know, these sorts of questions. I'd be very curious about what life looks like at 50, 20 years from now. Did my YouTube hit 1 million subscribers? Am I still teaching English? What is my wife doing? If I have a kid, what is my kid interested in? These are the things I would include. No doubt I would pour my heart into the letter. Okay, that was my minute. Now it's your turn. Take that minute, push all the way through, go for it. Up next, we have getting a tattoo that you regret. So I don't know if you guys have tattoos, if you've gotten a tattoo that you like, or maybe you've gotten one that you kind of regret getting, right? But you can talk about your relationship to tattoos, okay? And here's a target expression: live with it. If you have to live with something, then you have to accept something you can't change. For example, I didn't like my tattoo anymore, but it was expensive to remove, so I decided to live with it. Okay, so this topic is really relatable for me because I have a ton of tattoos. I don't think I've ever shown them off in one of my videos before. I don't think I've ever rolled up my sleeves and shown them off, but yeah, I have full sleeves here, and I also have my legs done, and I have my torso done, my chest and my belly. Um, I There was a time when I regretted getting tattoos, and that was right at first. When I first got my first couple of tattoos, I didn't know if I could live with it. I was very upset. I felt like I'd made a mistake. But ironically, the more tattoos I got, the better I felt and the better they looked. I feel like maybe just one tattoo looks a little naked, but 1,000 tattoos mushed together can look really cool. So the more I got, the happier I was, actually. That was my 1 minute response. Now it's your turn. Do you have any tattoos you regret? Speak on the spot for 1 minute and try to use live with it if you can. Go for it. Here's a real bummer of a topic: breaking your phone screen. A real bummer of a topic, right? Has this ever happened to you? Do you take care of your phone? Do you worry about breaking it? Here's the target expression: freak out. What does it mean? If you freak out, then you react with extreme emotion, usually panic or shock. For example, I started to freak out the moment I saw the huge crack in my phone screen. Okay, so if I broke my phone screen, I'm not sure I would freak out about it. I'm not sure I would have a freak out, we can also say. But it would be a bummer for sure. That's because I have the newest iPhone. I spent a lot of money on it, which, guilty is charged. Guilty is charged. I spend a lot of money on Apple products, and I know that I could find cheaper phones and cheaper computers, but I just love that there are never issues with the Apple products that I use. With my MacBook, with my AirPods, I washed them in the washing machine, like I mentioned earlier in this video, and they were fine. So it just seems like the quality is really great, right? So if I broke my phone screen, I would be bummed, but I wouldn't freak out. I think everything would be okay in the end. That was my minute. Now it's your turn. Take that minute, talk all the way through. And guys, we just have one more after this. So push, push, push. Go for it. Now, before we jump into our final random topic, I'm going to give you guys just a minute to sit back, relax, and rest. While we take a little breather here, I'm going to tell you about channel membership. If you guys want to go the extra mile and support me, this would be a great way to do so. And you get a lot of benefits for doing so. You get PDFs for all of my videos. These are a really good way to review my lessons, right? You can watch one of my videos and then look at the PDF afterwards and go through it again to make sure you don't forget. If you're not reviewing my lessons, then unfortunately you might not retain or remember as much as you could if you had the PDF, right? You also get hours of bonus videos, exclusive content that's just for members, and you get access to my English book club. So whether you like learning English through reading books and you want to join the book club, or you want hours of bonus videos, or you want PDFs for reviewing my lessons, or you just want to support me as your YouTube English teacher, you can get all of this for the price of a cup of coffee. It's only $5, and I would appreciate it so much. To all of you who are already members, I love you guys. You make my work possible. Thanks again. Here we are at the final random topic for today's Speak on the Spot video, selling old clothes online. Now, for me personally, this is going to be a tricky one because this is something I've never done. So I really need to improvise well and keep talking, right? The target expression is a really useful word, declutter. Declutter. To remove or get rid of items you no longer need. Yeah, extra stuff that it's just taking up space, right? It's just taking up space. It's in the way. You don't need it anymore. You can declutter and get rid of it. For example, I decided to declutter my closet by selling old clothes online and made some extra cash. Here I go. Here's my final minute. So, I have never sold clothes online. I've never sold anything online, to be honest. What I usually do is donate my clothes. If I am in the middle of decluttering, I want to declutter, I put some old clothes that I don't really wear anymore into a big trash bag and take them down outside my apartment building and put them in this big bin. Yeah, this big bin that people use to donate their clothes to the less fortunate or people who need them, right? Now, recently, I donated a lot of clothes because I've been trying out a new style recently. I have been trying a new style, which is kind of oversized clothes that are a bit too big, a bit baggy, right? A lot of my old clothes, they were too tight, too small. So I ended up decluttering, and getting rid of them. All right, guys, that was my response. Now it's your turn. This is your final opportunity to push, and speak out loud. Practice your speaking skills. Remember, no pain, no gain. Go for it. Guys, as a reminder, this is episode 1 of the series. I'm just trying it out. If you like it, make sure you let me know that in the comments. Leave me a comment saying more like this. more like this. The first question we are going to be thinking about and responding to today is, what is one dream you are currently working towards, and how do you plan to achieve it? Now, when you reply to this, try to use on track, which basically means you are headed in the right direction. You are doing what you should be doing. Here's an example. I'm on track to finish my degree next year. I'm going to go first. Here's my 30 seconds. Here's what I want to say. One dream that I am currently working towards, I'm working towards it right now, is doing YouTube full time for my full-time job. And yeah, I think that I am on track. I think that I am doing what I should be doing to achieve that dream, to make it happen. I'm uploading videos every week, creating new lessons, new content for my subscribers, and the channel is growing quickly. All right, that was my 30-second response to question number 1. Now it's your turn. Push yourself to speak for the full 30 seconds, and if you can, try to use on track when you respond. Go ahead. Question number 2 for us to think about and respond to today. What's something that motivates you when you're feeling low or down in the dumps? So in other words, when you are not feeling so great, when you're feeling unhappy, discouraged, low, down in the dumps, not too thrilled or excited about life, what is something that motivates you? It gives you the inspiration to keep going. One expression you can try and use here is push through, which basically means keep going, even when things are difficult, right? Here's an example. Even when I'm tired, I always push through to meet my deadlines. So even if things are bad, if you have the willpower to keep going, you can say that you push through the bad times in order to get to the good times, right? I'll go first. Here's my 30 seconds. Yeah, when I'm feeling low, when I'm feeling discouraged, I think the thing that helps get me through those times, the thing that helps me push through those times is just letting go. Letting go of the stress, taking deep breaths, meditating, and putting everything in perspective. Are the things I'm worried about really so important? Usually they're not. That was my reply. Now it's your turn to try. Take the full 30 seconds, and if you can, try to use push through somewhere in your response. Go for it. Question 3 is a really interesting one. I can't wait to respond to this question and give you guys a chance to talk about it too. Here's the question. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? What would an ideal life 5 years from now look like? I love this word ideal. This is a word we just talked about in my members only bonus video. If something is ideal, then that means it's kind of perfect. It's exactly what you want. It's the best case scenario, the best outcome, the best situation. A word that would be fantastic to use here is envision. This verb envision basically means picture. You can see something, right? I'm envisioning my future. I'm imagining my future. I can see my future. I'm thinking about it and seeing it in my head. That's envisioning. Here's an example sentence. I envision a picture perfect house by the beach. So, this person in the example sentence, maybe they're imagining their dream home. They're thinking about their future and they are envisioning a picture perfect house. That means it looks so beautiful, looks so perfect, right? I'll go first. Here's my 30 seconds. You know, when I envision my life 5 years from now, when I think about what I want my life to be like 5 years from now, 5 years in the future, what comes to mind is my relationship with my wife. Well, right now she's my fiance, but we're getting married this year. I mostly just want the two of us to be together, to be healthy, to be happy. That's what matters most to me. Now it's your turn. Take the full 30 seconds. Really try to talk for that full 30 seconds. And if you can, use this bonus word, envision. Envision. Give it a shot. Here's our next question to think about and talk about. Question 4. What advice would you give someone who's feeling lonely and maybe they're trying to make new friends? So you've got this person, they are feeling down, feeling isolated. Isolated is just another way of saying you are by yourself, you are alone, you are feeling lonely. Yeah, and they want to make new friends, right? So, what advice would you give them? Do you have any suggestions, recommendations, advice for them on how to make this situation better? A really terrific expression that native speakers use all the time that we could use here in our response to this question is break the ice. Yeah, you guys are probably familiar with this one. It just means, you know, when you are in a social situation and maybe things are a little awkward, nobody's talking, no one is interacting, things feel stiff, forced, rigid, kind of weird, you can break the ice. Maybe you are the first one to speak. Maybe you are willing to put yourself out there and be the one to initiate conversation or begin conversation, right? That is breaking the ice, making things less awkward. Here's an example. A good way to break the ice is by sharing a funny story. Yeah, humor. Making people laugh is an awesome way to break the ice, right? Here's my reply. You know, if I think about advice that I would give someone who's feeling lonely, you know, someone who wants to expand their friend group, meet new people, stop feeling so isolated, I think what I would say to them is to go to some social groups, some clubs. What are you passionate about? What are your hobbies? Go to these clubs and don't be afraid to break the ice. You should be willing to be the first one to speak and interact with people. That's my reply to this prompt. What about you? What advice would you give a person asking this question? Go ahead, let's hear your response and try to use break the ice if you can. Go for it. Up next, we've got question 5. Let's take a look. If you could go back in time, time travel, and give your younger self one piece of advice, what would it be? This is a super fun question. I'm really excited to talk about this one. Yeah, basically, it's just saying if you could go back in time, let's say maybe 10 years ago, and give yourself some advice, some words of wisdom, something useful that would help you in the future, what would you say? One expression that I'm going to use in my response is go easy on yourself. Just basically means be kind to yourself. Go easy on yourself when you make a mistake. Yeah, don't be so hard on yourself would be the opposite of this expression, right? If someone is hard on themselves, then maybe they beat themselves up all the time over small mistakes that they make. They say something a little bit wrong, they do something a little bit wrong, and they beat themselves up over it. They feel really bad about it, right? Here's an example. Even if you fail, remember to go easy on yourself. Okay, here's my response. If I think back to high school Connor, and if I imagine some advice I would give to high school Connor, this would be it. I would say go easy on yourself. Don't be so critical. Yeah, I'm the kind of person who, if I make a mistake, I'm very hard on myself. And I think if I could go back and tell myself this, I could save myself a lot of stress. Now it's your turn. Take your 30 seconds. You can use this bonus vocab or something else if you would like to. Go for it. Let's take a look at question 6 here. Let's talk about a time when you made a mistake at work or school. How did you deal with it? Another way of saying deal with it might be cope. Cope. How did you manage your feelings in this situation? How did you handle the stress of having made that mistake, right? So here's our target vocabulary. Here's something you can try and use. Own up to. A really useful expression. If you own up to something, what does that mean? It means you admit that you made a mistake. You take the high road. You assume responsibility for something that you did wrong. You try to be a big person and say, you know what? I admit it. I made a mistake, and I'm happy to own up to that. I'm happy to admit that, yes, I messed up. Here's an example sentence. I owned up to my mistake and apologized to my team. Now, a lesser person might not do that. There's plenty of people who do not own up to their mistakes, right? In fact, they try to pretend like everything's fine, like they didn't make any mistake at all. And they would certainly never apologize for their mistakes, right? I'll go first. Yeah, I remember a time at work when I overslept. I made a big mistake and I was hours and hours late to work. And it was a really bad situation because I missed a very important meeting. And you know what? I made a huge mistake, but in my defense, I did own up to it. I apologized, and to be fair, it never happened again. So, what more can you do, really? That was my response. Now it's your turn. Reply to this question. Talk about a mistake that you made at work or in school, and try to use own up to if you can. Give it a shot. Question 7. We are flying along. Here's a pretty fun and different question for us. What does your perfect vacation look like? What activities would you enjoy the most, right? So if you could design your dream vacation, your ideal vacation, to use a word from earlier in the video, what would it look like? Where would you go? What would you do? Who would you go with, right? These kinds of details. A great term or vocab word you could use here is recharge. Yeah, like a battery, like a cell phone. But we can also use this when we're talking about our energy. Maybe we feel depleted. Depleted. That means totally burnt out, drained of energy, really tired, right? And you need to recharge. Well, people have lots of different ways of recharging. Another way to think about it is rest. Here's an example. I love beach vacations because they really help me recharge. Yeah, so this person loves to lay on the beach and relax and chill, right? That's how they rest, how they recharge. Here's my response. I think my ideal vacation, my perfect vacation, is in Italy with my wife and maybe some good friends, drinking delicious wine and drinking delicious coffee and eating delicious food as well. Beer, wine, coffee, good food, just chilling with my friends. That is how I like to recharge. Now it's your turn. Take your 30 seconds, try and respond to this, and use recharge if you can. Go for it. Here's question 8. If you could change one thing about your daily routine, what would it be? And more importantly, why? Yeah, your daily routine is like the little things you do when you go about your day. Maybe getting ready in the morning, maybe your commute to work, maybe how you actually go about your work day, maybe your after work routine. What do you do after getting off of work? Yeah, where do you go? Do you listen to music? Do you have a drink somewhere? Do you meet up with friends? Do you go home and chill and, watch a show or watch a movie? These are all aspects, elements of your routine, parts of your routine, right? A really terrific expression that we could use here is switch things up. Switch things up. Yeah, that just means make a change. Make a change. Try something new. I'd like to switch things up by starting my mornings with a workout. I'd like to try something new by starting my mornings with a workout. I would like to make a change, do something fresh, new, right? Here's my 30-second response. If I could switch something up about my daily routine, I think it would have to be waking up early and waking up early consistently. That means the same time every day, waking up at the same time and waking up early, right? Man, if I could get up at 8 a.m., it's not even that early, right? A lot of people wake up earlier than that. But if I could do that every day, that would be awesome. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Take those 30 seconds and try to use switch things up somewhere in your response. Go for it. here's an interesting question. What's the most important thing you've learned about handling stress, dealing with stress, right? How do you stay calm in this crazy, crazy world? So, a really terrific expression to use here is take it easy. Take it easy just means, don't try too hard. Remember to relax every now and then. We can say take it easy, or we can say take life easy. Remember to take life easy. Yeah, here's an example. Meditating relaxes me and helps me take it easy. Okay, here's my response. Recently when I've felt overwhelmed, when I've felt like I'm in over my head, when I've felt like I'm up to my neck, up to the gills with work and stress and responsibility, one thing that I've loved to do that helps me take it easy is to go for a slow walk in the park across the street from my house. Very slow, mindful walking. I feel totally different afterwards every time I do this. A really great habit. That's my response. Now it's your turn. Push yourself. We're almost done, guys. And if you can, try to use take it easy somewhere in your response. Go for it. All right, we are at question 10, the final question, the final boss of today's video. Here it is. It's a really fun question. If you had to choose or make a decision between working a job that pays well, so lots of money, but it's boring, and here's option B, here's the other choice, a job you love, you really enjoy it, but it doesn't pay very much. Which would you pick and why? One expression you could use here is follow your passion. Yeah, maybe if option 2 sounds more enticing to you, sounds like the better choice to you, then you could use follow your passion. It just means that you follow your dreams, you do the things you love to do, even if it doesn't pay very well, even if you don't get rich doing it, right? So here's an example. I'd rather follow my passion, even if it means earning less. Now, this time, because it's the final question, I would like to push you to speak for 1 minute, not 30 seconds, and I will as well. Here I go. I think my answer to this could be a little disappointing to some people and maybe even a little bit disappointing to me, but I think I might choose option 1. Now, why do I say that? Why would I pick a boring job that pays really well and give up on my dreams? Well, the answer is that I'm getting married soon. And who knows, maybe down the road, we're going to want a family. We're going to want to start a family. Well, when you do that, your life is not so much about you anymore. It doesn't revolve around you as much as it used to. You have to take your family into consideration. And I think if I was making a lot of money and I could provide a stable life, a stable lifestyle for my family, and make sure that everyone is taken care of, then in that situation, that would be the most important thing. Okay, that was my 1 minute response. Now it's your turn. Push yourself, go for it. First, you are going to listen to the interview question. All of the questions that I've selected today, that I've picked out today, have been taken from real IELTS exams in the past. Okay, so first, listen to the question. Then, watch. I'm going to give you guys a demonstration of how to respond. In other words, I'm going to show you the correct way to answer these questions. Next, it will be your turn to respond to the question. But don't worry, because I'm giving you guys a framework to use to help you respond. Okay, now today, when you respond, I want you guys to really push yourselves. Try to use the full 30 seconds that I'm going to give you. Talk for the whole time, okay? Now, if you want to kick things up a notch, make it a little more challenging, a little more difficult, take a look at this. For each of today's 10 questions, I'm going to teach you guys a really useful spoken English expression. Okay, so here's an extra challenge. When you are responding to the question, try to use the bonus vocabulary word. Click like on this video, make sure you are subscribed, and let's jump in. Here's my first question for you guys. Question 1 of today's interview is, what was your childhood like? Now, when you are responding to this question, here's a general framework you can use. You can mention your family, you can talk about where you lived, you can discuss what you liked to do as a kid. All of these relate. All of these circle back to what your childhood was like. Okay, now here is the bonus vocab word to use, a blast. A blast. What does this mean? It means something really fun and enjoyable. Okay, now here's an example. My childhood was a blast because I spent so much time playing with my cousins, right? So this is really saying that this person's childhood was super fun, super enjoyable, right? Because they spent so much time playing with their cousins. Now, I'm going to go first to give you an example of how to correctly respond to this question. Yeah, I would say overall, I had a really great childhood. I had friends who I really cared about. I had loving parents who did a wonderful job taking care of me and my little sister. We had 2 family dogs, and, we would go out to the countryside and go fishing, and we would go to the movies. We would have a blast, me and my family, me and my friends. So I'd say it was a great childhood. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Push yourself, take 30 seconds to respond to this question, and once again, for an extra challenge, try to use a blast somewhere in your response. Go ahead. Moving on to question 2, what is your happiest childhood memory? Yeah, when you think back to your childhood, when you remember all of the things you did and said and the places you went to and the people you spent time with, what is a really happy memory that comes to mind? So here's the framework. You can talk about a fun moment. You can talk about who, the people who were there. You can talk about why, the reason it was special, right? And here's the bonus vocab expression you can try to use, a trip down memory lane. What does that mean? A trip down memory lane. It means thinking back on old memories in a nostalgic way. What is nostalgic? That means you are remembering the past and it's making you happy. It's making you want to go back to the past and relive some of the good times that you went through before, right? So here's an example. Talking about my happiest memory always feels like a trip down memory lane. Okay, here's my response. Here I go. Yeah, when I think back to my childhood, there are a lot of happy memories. I have to be honest, it's kind of hard to choose my happiest childhood memory. But let's take that trip down memory lane. Let's think about it. I would say probably my happiest childhood memory was Christmas morning. You know, every Christmas morning, I'd get together with my parents and my sister and open presents under the tree. That was really something special. Okay, that was my response. Now it's your turn. Give it a shot, give it a try, and if you can, work this bonus vocab expression into your response. Go ahead. Moving right along to question number 3. Did you have any responsibilities as a child? Any responsibilities? What is a responsibility? That means something you were in charge of, something people trusted you with to do, right? Like maybe you had chores that you had to do around the house, such as walking the dog or taking out the trash or helping clean up after dinner, something like that. Maybe it was helping family or siblings, like, brothers and sisters, something like that. So this is all about childhood responsibilities. Here's a really fantastic spoken English expression. Look at the bonus vocab here. Pull your weight. What does it mean to pull your weight? It means to do your share of the work or responsibility. In other words, to do your part, to contribute what you should contribute and not slack off, not be lazy, right? Not shirk the responsibility. Not shirk responsibility or ignore the responsibility or try to get away, try to get out of the responsibility, right? Look at this. I always had to pull my weight by helping with housework. Yeah, so how did you pull your weight? Or how were you expected to pull your weight? That's what we're going to talk about here. Here's my response. As a kid, there were a lot of different ways that my parents expected me to pull my weight and contribute to the household and to the general well-being of the household, right? I definitely had some chores I had to do. I would help clean up after dinner. I would take the dog for a walk, and I would also mow the lawn with the lawnmower, making sure the yard looked nice. Now it's your turn. Push yourself for the full 30 seconds. Tell me about your childhood responsibilities, and if you can, try to include pull your weight. Go ahead. Up next, we have a really interesting question here. Question 4 is, who was the most influential person in your childhood? Influential. What does that mean? It means they made a really big impact on you. They changed your life, and probably in a positive way, in a good way, right? So you can talk about a family member, you can talk about a teacher who made a big impact on you, brought some positive change into your life. You can talk about someone you looked up to. Here's a really great expression. If you look up to somebody, that means you admire them. You think they're really great, and maybe you want to be like them someday. They're kind of a role model for you, right? So, yeah, that is the bonus vocab expression. Look up to admire, or respect someone. Here's an example sentence. I really looked up to who? To my dad, because he always worked so hard. Here I go. Here's my response. I'm going to steal this example sentence and say that growing up, the most influential person in my life, was my dad. He had a big impact on me, especially when it came to my interests and hobbies. I've always wanted to be a writer ever since I was a little kid. And when I would share my stories with my dad, he would give me feedback because he's a writer as well. So I really looked up to him in many ways. All right, guys, now it's your turn. Who was the most influential person in your childhood? Give it a shot. We are now halfway through this English interview. If you are still with me, take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back because you're doing fantastic. Let's keep pushing along here. Getting a little bit deeper with this question. What challenges did you face while growing up? Getting a little bit personal, right? A challenge, something difficult that you had to go through, that you had to work through, that you had to overcome, right? So here's the general framework. Talk about a struggle that you had as a kid, such as school. Maybe you struggled in school. There were challenges in school with maybe bullying, or maybe bad grades, or, maybe attendance, or maybe you didn't get along well with the teachers, something like that. Maybe you struggled with making friends, right? Maybe you could talk about that, the struggle of friendship in your childhood, or maybe it was something else entirely. Here's the bonus vocab expression, get through. What does it mean to get through something? It means to manage or survive a difficult situation. I love that wording there. I love the phrasing used here, to survive a difficult situation. You keep going, you keep fighting, you manage to find a way to get through it, to work through the difficulties of the situation, right? Here's an example sentence. It was tough, but I managed to get through the hard times. How? By staying focused. Okay, here's my response. When I think back to my childhood and I think about challenges that I had to get through growing up, the first thing that comes to mind is just shyness. I'm kind of an introvert, and I understand that as an adult. But as a child, I didn't understand extroverts and introverts, and I just saw myself as being very shy. And that was difficult. It made it hard for me to make friends at school. Okay, now it's your turn. Tell me about the challenges that you faced growing up. Go ahead. Question 6 is a pretty abstract question, but sometimes, in an interview, the interviewer, the person giving the interview, will ask the interviewee the interviewee, the person taking the interview, kind of a big, open-ended question just to see how they would respond to something a little more abstract or philosophical, right? So take a look at this. How has your upbringing or the way you grew up, the way you were raised, how has that influenced who you are today? In other words, what is the link between the way you grew up and the way that you are now? So you can mention some lessons that you learned, maybe values that stuck with you. I love this, stuck with you. That means some ideas about right and wrong, some values, right, that you kept with you all your life and you have now, even as an adult. And here is a really fantastic bonus vocab expression, set me up for success. What does it mean to be set up for success? It means to prepare or give a good foundation for success in the future. So something or someone sets you up for success. Something prepares you, something gives you a good foundation for success in the future. Yeah, so maybe you won't be super successful right now, but it's giving you a good starting place, a good starting point, a good kicking off point to be more successful in the future, right? Okay, so here's an example. My upbringing really set me up for success. Why? Because I learned discipline early on. Here's a fantastic word, discipline. That means being able to control yourself and being able to resist urges. Right? What is an urge? An urge is something you want to do that's maybe not so good for you. Oh, I want to go smoke a cigarette. That's an urge. I want to go drink alcohol. That's an urge. If you have a lot of discipline, or sometimes we say self-discipline, then you can resist those urges. You can say, you know what? Even though I want to do this unhealthy thing, I'm putting my foot down. I'm putting my foot down and I'm not going to give in. I'm not going to do it. So here's my response. I would say that my upbringing influenced who I am today in terms of my values. You know, I come from a family with very strong family values. You know, there's a family business. We have a family business, and there is a rule at that family business that never hire someone you would not have over for dinner. Never hire an employee you wouldn't trust to have over for dinner. That made a big impact on me, and I think it really set me up for success later in life. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Tell me about how your upbringing, how the way you were raised, maybe set you up for success now. Go ahead. All right, our last question was a little bit out there. It was a little bit abstract, a little hard to wrap your head around. I think this one will be a bit easier. Question 7. Did you spend more time playing indoors or outdoors? Yeah, that's something a little more tangible, something we can grasp, something we can understand and respond to a bit more easily, right? So you can talk about your favorite activities, whether you did them inside or outside. Were you an inside kid? Did you spend a lot of time indoors reading, playing video games, something like that? Or were you a very outdoorsy kid? Outdoorsy. That means you spent a lot of time outside, maybe riding bikes with your friends or playing kickball or soccer in the park, something like that, right? Here's the bonus expression, get out and about. What does that mean, to get out and about? It means to spend time outside, being active, to get out of your house, to get out there into the world, get active, doing stuff, moving around, right? So look at this. I love to get out and about and explore the neighborhood with my friends. Here's my response to this question. I was an interesting combination of these two things when I was a kid. I was definitely an inside kid in a lot of ways. I loved playing video games, reading comic books, spending time on the computer, that sort of thing. But I also had friends who loved to get out and about, and we would go out in the neighborhood, ride bikes, go to the creek, and just generally have fun outside too. So I was a little of both. Now it's your turn. Take the 30 seconds, respond to question 7. Did you spend more time playing indoors or outdoors? Did you like to get out and about? Let me know. Flying along here, we're at question 8 now. What did you want to be when you grew up? I love this question. In other words, when you were a little kid and you thought about the adult version of you, how did you picture that life? How did you picture the adult version of you? What were you doing? What kind of job did you have, right? So you can mention your dream job, the job you really, really wanted as a kid. You can mention any big ambitions. An ambition is maybe like a dream or a goal, something you wanted to accomplish that you had by the time you were an adult and you were thinking about that as a little kid. So here's the bonus expression, dream big. Here's a really great, really spoken English expression here. It means to have high goals or big ambitions. Yeah, lofty ambitions, lofty goals, lofty. If you dream big, then you really want to shoot for the stars. You really want to take a big chance and try to make the impossible happen, right? As a kid, I used to dream big about becoming a famous athlete. Maybe that seems like an impossible dream. Maybe that seems like an unattainable goal. An unattainable goal. A goal that is not easily achieved, accomplished. Something hard to do, right? Maybe that seems really difficult, but if you dream big, then you can't help but want to try. Even though it seems challenging or even impossible, you really want to make an attempt to make it happen. Here's my response. As a kid, I definitely dreamed big. I wanted to be a writer. Just like my dad, I wanted to write books and I wanted to publish stories and share them with the world. Well, here's the cool thing, is actually I am a writer. I am a published children's book author, and to date, I have over 7 books in publication. Next year, I will have another 5 or 6 books coming out. So it was a big dream that I made happen. What about you guys? Was there a dream you had as a kid? What did you want to be when you grew up? Take the 30 seconds and respond to the question. Now here's question 9. What role did school play in your childhood? You can talk about how important school was or maybe how unimportant, not important it was. You can talk about your favorite subjects or any other standout experiences. Yeah, what's a standout experience? An experience that comes to mind when you think about the relationship between you as a kid and your school, right? So, what memories come up? What thoughts do you have about school when you were a little kid? A fantastic bonus vocab expression we can use here is a big part of my life. Yeah, that's talking about something that played an important role in your life, okay? Something that is meaningful to you, something that means a lot to you, right? An example would be school was a big part of my life because I was always focused on getting good grades, and I guess that was a really important thing to the person in this example. Okay, I'll respond first. Here's my response. When I was a kid, actually, school didn't play that big of a role in my life. I didn't care that much about my grades. I didn't care that much about my homework. Yes, school was important to me because I could go there and see the people I wanted to see, like my friends. But aside from socializing and seeing my friends, school really was not a big part of my life. It wasn't that important to me. All right, now it's your turn. Go ahead and tell me, what role did school have in your childhood? What place did it have in your childhood? How important or unimportant was it to you? Go ahead. Question 10, the final question, guys. Do you think childhood today is different from when you were growing up? Ooh, really interesting, really deep, very philosophical question that gives you a chance to share your thoughts on society today versus society when you were a kid. Yeah, you can talk about changes in technology, changes in freedom, changes in society, changes in behavior, to add another one, like how do kids act differently today than they did when you were a kid, right? Now, a bonus vocab expression you can use here is changed a lot. Changed a lot, to become very different over time, right? Like you can say, childhood has changed a lot since I was a kid, especially with all the new technology. That would be a really great way to start your response to this question. Now, guys, since this is the final question of today's interview, I want to push you to not just speak for 30 seconds, but to speak for a full minute. So I'm going to go first. Here's my response to question 10. Here I go. Yeah, childhood has undoubtedly changed a lot. It has changed in so many ways since I was a kid, but if I think about it, the most obvious way that it has changed is technology. Oh my gosh, when I was a kid, technology was just so very different than it is today. Yeah, 20 years ago, when I was 10 years old, the ways that kids would have fun were so different than they are now. If you look at kids now, they are chronically online. In other words, they spend so many of their waking hours on the internet, on their phones, on their iPads. And you know what? When I was a kid, things were different. Yes, we played video games and watched TV, but it wasn't with us in our pocket all the time. There was still a separation between us and that technology that you don't see in today's world. All right, guys, that was my response. It's your time to shine. Take that full minute and give your response to this question. Tell me, how is childhood now different than the childhood that you remember when you were a kid? Go ahead. You know, guys, I tried something totally new in today's episode. I had this idea for a POV interview. I wanted to try it. I kind of took a chance on this video. I'm not sure if you guys will like it or not, but I thought it would be a really useful thing to do, a really useful way to practice our listening and speaking skills, and also learn some bonus vocabulary and expressions along the way, right? So if you like this video, make sure you click like and leave me a comment saying more like this if you want me to make episode 2. If you guys like this video, if there's a good response to it, I am happy to keep going with this series. I would also like to take a quick moment and just say thank you to all of my channel members. You guys really make my work possible. These are people who spend $5 a month to support me as their YouTube English teacher, and they get a lot of benefits for doing so. They get PDFs for all of my lessons, all of my videos, so they can preview the lessons or review the lessons after they watch. They can also follow along with the lessons at home digitally or by printing out the PDFs to make their own notes and personalize the lesson for themselves, right? So it really kicks my lessons up a notch and takes them to the next level. But that's not all. They also get bonus videos. Yeah, bonus content that the public, that my subscribers, my normal subscribers, do not have access to. So if you would like to support me and also make that investment in yourself as an English speaker, click join here on YouTube right next to the subscribe button. Or if you can't find that button, sometimes people don't see it for some reason, you can go to patreon.com/EnglishWithConnor. They are exactly the same. Becoming a member here on YouTube or over on Patreon, you will get the exact same benefits. So anyways, thank you to my patrons. Thank you to my channel members. You guys really make my work possible. Lastly, if you are in the middle of a study session right now, don't stop. Keep going. I'm going to put another one of my videos up there on the screen. Go click on it. I'll meet you there.